Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners present, I call the March 9th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself are participating in today's meetings. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and a report from the executive director. I anticipate taking a brief break once his report is finished. Then we'll proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 3 change of ownership application recommendations, 15 provisional license recommendations, 14 final license recommendations, 64 license renewal recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal. For the latter portion of today's meeting, there are 2 items in the commission discussion and vote section, a discussion on standards laboratories and an update on the executive director's 2022 performance evaluation. I'll ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. And I'm going to go in reverse alphabetical order if Commissioner Stebbins is ready to roll.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to, as always, thank our team for helping us prepare for the meeting and the series of license applications we take up today. March is one of my favorite months. It's Maple Month here in Massachusetts, but it is also Women's History Month. So I do want to tip my hat to all of my commissioner colleagues and our staff colleagues for all of your noteworthy work. I wanted to cover a couple of topics in some meetings since the last time we got together. First of all, I've been looking at our licensees over the last few meetings and at their success in meeting their diversity goals. Our renewal applicants this month who have commenced operations have succeeded in some categories and missing in some other categories. I do want to acknowledge Cannabis, a renewal this month, which met all of their diversity goals. Since our last meeting, I had a chance to speak with Grace Moreno from the Mass LGBT Chamber of Commerce. We discussed opportunities to hire in the cannabis industry. She raised the idea, and I just want to flag that any idea, topic that I'm raising this morning isn't intended to kind of set staff off or the ED off running. It is just to bring it up for our consideration as we look down the line. But she mentioned a way to encourage licensees to, again, keep focused on this diversity goal was to activate the leadership ranking process, which is baked into our regs. I thought that was a thoughtful idea. I'm also going to be on a veterans podcast program next week with the Veteran Service Officer from Ludlow, Eric Segundo. And I know diversity planning is also one of the topics at NECAN this weekend, where our predecessor, Jennifer Flanagan, and I believe one of our CAB members, Kim Napoli, are going to be speaking on the topic. Secondly, real quick, had a chance to go to a meeting out in Western Mass with Commissioner Roy and our own Dr. Johnson and Project Coordinator Olivia Laramie, public health organizations from the 4 Western counties who come together as the Policy Health Institute of Western Mass. Great conversation and information shared on youth health survey results, billboard and general advertising, social consumption, and prevention of accidental youth ingestion. Great discussion. The organization is interested in helping us engage with perhaps health inspection training and connecting us with some of their counterpart groups across the Commonwealth. I also had the chance to visit a new dispensary out in Western Mass, Green River Cannabis, which recently opened up in Greenfield, met the family-owned management of the licensee. They gave me some great perspectives on the licensing regulatory process, which they obviously just went through and finished up, and I've shared some of those ideas and concerns with our investigations and enforcement team. Last topic, just real quick. This came up is I was looking at provisional licenses. One applicant wanted to provide some funding and or mentoring to an SE or EE applicant. Certainly commend them for their effort. I think we've seen this as a strategy in other PIP plans from licensees. We obviously know access to capital has been a major roadblock. The legislature and Governor Baker recognized that and responded to it, creating the Social Equity Fund, which also allowed for outside donations to be added to the stream of revenue going into the Social Equity Fund. So I think as that fund gets set up, I think we should go back and look at our guidance on positive impact plans, which I don't think we've updated in 3 years. It's been some time, but I think this would be something we should consider, pointing out that contributions to the fund would help an applicant meet their PIP requirements. So just sharing those thoughts, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I want to start off by wishing everyone a happy March, a happy Women's History Month, and a happy International Women's Day, which was celebrated yesterday. In that spirit, I want to specifically take this time to thank and recognize the impressive, talented, and diverse women on our staff at the CCC for their tremendous contributions to this agency, as well as their commitment to a safely regulated cannabis industry. This past month, I had the opportunity to travel to Holyoke, where I had a tour of Cannabis Provisions and was the featured guest of a roundtable discussion hosted by both Cannabis Provisions and David O'Brien of the Cannabis Business Association. It was a very packed house, and I want to thank my hosts as well as everyone who came out for the roundtable discussion. I appreciate all the important industry questions and comments they shared with me that day. I will also echo my colleague. This past week, Commissioner Stebbins and I, and along with Dr. Julie Johnson and Olivia Laramie from our research department, had a highly informative meeting with the Policy Health Institute of Western Mass. Our conversation centered around youth prevention, billboards, social consumption, regulatory compliance, and unintended ingestion. It was a great opportunity to meet with public health leaders from all 4 Western Mass counties, and I know, Chair, you're partial to that. I want to thank them for hosting us and for presenting their data, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. Finally, I want to acknowledge and thank our staff for all their work around the regulatory process thus far. I especially want to thank our legal department and project coordinator, Mercedes Erickson, for their countless hours in this effort. Along with Commissioner Concepcion, I am excited to lead the Host Community Agreement Working Group. I am happy to share we have an extraordinarily talented HCA working group who have already rolled up their sleeves as we interpret Chapter 180 law into regulation. I know host community agreements are a very important topic for many involved in the cannabis space, including licensees and municipalities. Both Commissioner Concepcion and I are very much looking forward to a robust and essential stakeholder and public engagement period during this process. Thank you, Madam Chair, and my fellow commissioners for my time, and I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow at NECAN.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I am having the benefit once again of going a little bit later in the line. So I'm probably reiterating a few things, but I'll be really short and sweet this month. As Commissioner Roy mentioned, we are really in the thick of our regulatory process here at the Cannabis Control Commission, and it's all hands on deck. So what I wanted to really take the time to do is show my appreciation to the staff, because it's a lot of work, but I feel really grateful and lucky to be working at an agency where the staff are really involved, engaged, and passionate about the work that we're doing here. So I wanted to tip my hat off to everyone on both working groups. I'm actually the only commissioner on 2 of our 3 working groups. So in addition to the host community agreement working group, I'm also on the municipal equity along with you, Chairwoman O'Brien. And it does take a lot of thought, a lot of time, but it's really worth it. And I know we've only started within the last month really working within our groups, but I can tell that we're going to really come out with a product that I think the public and our constituents will be pleased with. And we will be having that open public comment period. We'll have some more engagement. We'll be speaking with a lot of people. So I look forward to that. I also want to reiterate, happy Women's History Month. This is a majority woman board, which is sort of a rarity in the world. Not in Massachusetts, but I am really, I'm lucky all around. And Commissioner Stebbins, I'm lucky to work along you as well. But I look forward to our conversation today. And like I said, I was going to be brief today, and I will stand beside that. And I'll give it over to Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Okay, it's on now. So I don't like sitting like this because I can't see you all. I have to kind of like turn my head. But I'm assuming that we're anticipating how we would sort of be if the public was here, right? So it's good to start practicing, but also just a reminder that it takes so much to be in these roles, but also for our staff. So thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for your words, and Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. I just want to thank our team, our staff. Myself and Commissioner Stebbins are on the social consumption working group. We've now met in person. It's been great. So much, I've said this before, there's so much talent at this place. It's like a think tank of smart people in Massachusetts. So I really enjoy it. I'm excited. I want to just quick shout out to just all the women on our team, and to, see women commissioners here, but also, for myself as a woman of color, as a Latina, and, Commissioner Concepcion as well as a woman of color, and women in general. But I think it's a big deal. So happy Women's Month to folks. I know that there's mothers, there's wives, there's grandmothers, us commissioners. So it's very good to see. I love the diversity as well that this agency has. And Commissioner Roy, you talked about International Women's Month, which was yesterday, right? So it's good to see the diversity. I think people forget, I always mention it, what these roles are, how difficult it is to get here, and then to be able to sort of manage and lead in an agency like this that is creating policy that impacts so many people. So, so I just want to say thank you to our team. Happy Women's Month. I also want to just I just got a message a couple of minutes ago before we started the meeting, and someone sent me a message that said Denver has now started to book party buses around social consumption. So I'm excited to just learn what the country's doing around social consumption. I know our executive director is going to come talk to us in a few weeks at our working group. And you'll hear more, I think, a little later, but just to really understand what the country's doing and making sure that we focus on public health, public safety, innovation when it comes to social consumption. So I'm really excited. And I think all of us will be at NECAM over the weekend. So I'm excited to see folks and constituents. And I'm more excited to hear from our executive director at NECAM. No pressure. Yeah, so thank you. Those are my remarks.
I add one more thing, please.
So I shouted the staff, I really do appreciate our staff, but I also wanted to thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and our General Counsel for the way that it has been structured, the way that it's organized, and just getting these groups together that have such a good understanding about the industry and the agency. So I just wanted to also thank you too.
Thank you, and I will be the last and the least. First of all, I'd like to just sort of give a little bit of an update. Had an opportunity. I want to thank Commissioner Camargo for some of the work that she has been doing around the Social Equity Fund. One of the things that is most exciting to me, with the Social Equity Fund being set up right now in the Healy administration, there's a great group of advisors that'll be working there. But what I want to do with a number of the commissioners and stakeholders out there is to make sure that, the money that's going to be available to persons through this fund, that we figure out, and I love the word amplify, but it's also leverage. How do we work between the governor's office and the fund that's going to be provided for social equity licensees or applicants, the work that we're doing within the commission? And I had a wonderful conversation with Saleha Williams, who is back after a brief time out of office, and I had a wonderful conversation with her yesterday. And then Commissioner Concepcion and I had a great conversation with Colette Phillips and former Lieutenant Governor Evelyn Murphy, who are working with Get Connected, that actually provide provide some grants to entrepreneurs of color, free legal work. So trying to work across the commissioners to make sure that whatever they're doing there, whatever we're doing here, and whatever some of those stakeholders on the outside are, that we continue to provide greater opportunities for equity candidates. The one thing that I did want to mention is I had a great visit to Caroline's Cannabis. I did not buy any product there, but I did buy a sign that says "Be kind," which I think is a very important motto for all of us to be thinking about. And lastly, I will be co-sponsoring a condition for LC Square, that's a cultivator. But I wanted to particularly point out, and this is one group that is part of our focus for inclusion, but their plan for supporting and promoting persons with disabilities. Just this past week, Judy Human, I recommend to anyone to watch the documentary Crip Camp, because what she did in the 1960s and 70s to promote equal access for persons with disabilities. So A, I was happy to see what LC Square is doing, and B, I look forward to working with persons in the disability community to make sure that we can continue to provide inclusion for all of those cohorts that we are working to support. So with that, I will turn things over to the Executive Director for his comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I guess I could echo Commissioner Stebbins and say ditto to a lot of the comments. Sorry you had to go first. It was nice to hear a fulsome report, though, so enjoyed that. I will begin, as I always do, with a report from our data, largely an extraction from the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. I'll cover as much turf or territory as possible, but also want to leave time for some substantive updates as well. As always, any data that's not included but may be a regular slide is available at the end of the slide deck today. So anyone that feels like something's missing, just continue scrolling and you'll find that information there. So I may not present on it, but it's still reported to the public. So you see here, there's 3 applications that are awaiting that initial first review. As a reminder, again, those are applications we've not yet taken a look at. They're brand new submissions. And obviously the first thing that we do with those applications is we classify them. Are they priority applications that would skip the queue? Are they expedited that would come in next? Or are they general applicants? Once that classification is made, we then go through the entire application, every component of it, and identify if something is missing, something is insufficient, something needs to be clarified, and we may issue what is called a request for information. There are 13 applications that are before you today for your consideration. Those are applications that have been deemed complete, and all aspects of the application are compiled, including the background checks and everything else, and therefore is prepared for your consideration. 28 applications are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that were classified. They have been reviewed. That request for information may have been issued to that applicant. And again, sometimes it's updating your diversity plan, your positive impact plan. It might be clarify something in the lease. It could be that an SOP was missing. It could be that background check forms may need to be updated or supplemented. Those applications then are returned to us. If we issue an RFI, we do not put a time limit as far as a deadline, as far as when it must come back to us. So applicants are given as much time as is necessary to complete that application, but it does hit a separate queue that we would review. After we review it and assuming that everything is in order, we would deem that application complete, and that's when that 90-day clock would start for us. And then lastly, here you see there's 96,350 certified active patients within the medical use of marijuana program. This next slide here is a very high level, let's call it 30,000-foot view of our system and really the application process. You see here that there's 506 entities that have commenced their operations. That's an increase of 142 entities over this time last year. But an important milestone I just want to call your attention to, we have now passed 500 entities in Massachusetts having commenced their operations. There is no significance to that aside from just that volume being noteworthy. But again, it's been bear in mind that the first two entities that commenced their operations were in November of 2018 to now, and that's that 506 number. This next slide here will always be presented by me, so it will not be put to the back of the deck, so to speak, because it does demonstrate and indicate progress. We hope progress, but regardless, it's information relative to the licensing activity of economic empowerment applicants, social equity program participants as licensees, and disadvantaged business enterprises. As a reminder, DBEs, as far as our purposes are concerned, are minority women in veteran-owned businesses. Those are the folks that qualify for those expedited reviews. I highlight the two center rows for you. I'm sorry, rows for you, excuse me, because that's where folks typically get stuck, so to speak. It's really where the money comes in as far as being important. It's where capital is most actively accessed. Certainly capital, to be clear, capital is absolutely necessary throughout the application process. As far as looking for and securing property, building out your SOPs, perhaps leveraging or relying upon consultants and advisors, accountants, lawyers, etc. But where capital becomes very intensive is obviously in your build out phase. So I want to just call your attention to a number of things. You see here that there's 103 economic empowerment applicants somewhere in that vertical column. There's 291 entities or individuals that are social equity program participants and 228 DBEs. Those folks, that total tally is 622 applications of the 1,439. Quick math represents that's about 43% of our applications in total. We obviously would love to see that number increase, but that's a sizable number, sizable population of our total applicant pool. That middle, the pre-certified or micro business endorsement provisionally approved or provisional licenses, however, represents about 81% of where those DBE, SEP, and EEA applicants are. So those first three rows, 81% of your concentrations in there. So obviously we want folks to advance downward. So again, just some quick math that I was able to run this morning to try to highlight some of that.
I just did that in Carol, like that's pretty.
I'm not that bright, for sure, no. It's my scratchy penmanship. Advancing in the slide deck, those a little bit to keep us on pace. I mentioned earlier we classify applications. So the first classification that always jumps our queue is existing MTC priority status or economic empowerment priority status. And to be clear, pursuant to our regulations, we alternate our review. So if there were two applicants, we would, let's say there were 4 applications that were MTC priority and 1 application that was economic empowerment, we would review the MTC, then the economic empowerment, and then return to the MTC. So they alternate as far as that prioritization. Expedited review, you see the table on the right-hand side here. Expedited could be for any number of reasons. One is the license type. As a reminder, those are micro businesses, craft cooperatives, independent testing labs, and outdoor cultivators that qualify for expedited review. A social equity program participant. The DBE is, again, that's through the Supplier Diversity Office. Those are women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses. And then pleasantly, some folks qualify based on 2 or more categories, which is a great, there's no additional benefit to that, but it is nice to see folks come in through multiple categories. And then lastly, and not least by any means, are general applicants. And you see that's the majority of the applications we see. Those folks should not worry too much. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 applications awaiting that initial review. So that it's not as if the queue is as it once was, for sure, where folks might be waiting months upon a time to get their initial review done. Here they're waiting mere days. So being a general applicant does not put anyone at a disadvantage from a timing standpoint. This slide here is unfortunately one of my favorite, and I apologize for the density of it, but I just, again, I continue to highlight cells that I think are important for your consideration. It does not mean by any means that I'm unwilling or unable to talk about any of the cells, but I just wanted to call your attention to a few. You see that there's 9 marijuana couriers that have commenced their operations here in the Commonwealth. Additional 10 have a provisional license, 1 with a final license. So that license continues to be at least accessible and folks are making their way through the process. Similarly, jumping down a few rows, you see there's 7 delivery operator licenses, but 18 provisional licenses. So a growing, increasing concentration there. You also see that there's 9 pending applications. So folks are still applying for that license, which is great to see. Returning up 1 row, you see that there's 178 provisional licenses for marijuana cultivators. There's 104 that have commenced their operations. We've talked in recent months, previous months about supply, and that's obviously where your supply is going to be generated. Either there through a marijuana cultivator, a micro business, or potentially a craft cooperative. Not to be disingenuous, there are no craft cooperatives in our system today. So I don't want to leave anyone with a false impression. At the same time, that is a source of inventory at some point, hopefully within our marketplace. Those 178 provisional licenses, plus the additional 64 that are provisionally approved, that is the potential for future supply. And so as we think about what that supply looks like, the production controls that exist in the Commonwealth's marketplace, those are folks we need to be mindful of. But as I mentioned too, capital. And I think some commissioners alluded to it as well. Probably one of the most capital intensive license types is cultivation. So those are folks that we obviously are interested in seeing them get to that final license phase. But again, that's a pretty heavy concentration. So Commissioner Roy, looks like she may have a question.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Executive Director. Two questions. Could you talk a little bit about the marijuana transporter with other existing ME license? That number is, 3, and are most of those product manufacturers, or can you talk to us a little bit of what those licenses are? And secondly, can we just mentally put a pin in this slide for our standards lab talk?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll make a point to get to the transportation with an existing license. So I touched on delivery operator, product manufacturer. Again, I just wanted to flag the 132 as provisional licenses. Those are folks, depending on the size, scale, and scope of your business plan, they can be small operations. They could also be more comprehensive operations, depending on, again, what you plan to offer for products. And again, what your brand truly is. Are you focused on one particular style of manufactured product, or are you looking to offer a whole slate of SKUs across the spectrum, be it vape cartridges, edibles, concentrates, tinctures, et cetera, topicals, or are you looking to become a specific brand? So again, scale really is dependent upon the business planning there. Marijuana retailer, I highlighted all 3 pertinent cells for you just to demonstrate the license concentration and also the potential for saturation across the Commonwealth. The 271 that have commenced their operations, there's been actually in the recent days a few more that have been added to that, are scattered across the Commonwealth, which is a good thing as far as access to product. But there's another 143 in the queue, and you've seen some municipalities start to think about saturation. And so again, it's worth monitoring that number where provisional licenses can in fact be surrendered, and they may be in this context. So.
And we will be engaging the Mass Municipal Association in a robust, robust conversation about regulations, but maybe this is also a topic that we can bring up during those meetings.
And when folks traditionally think about the cannabis industry, they typically think of a retailer, the storefront that is visible to a community, maybe in a downtown district. You may not often think about the production side, which may often be in a business park or an old mill. So it's really when folks see or think cannabis, they typically think of the retail establishment. That's typically what you're going to interact with most commonly, or they may think, hopefully now, of the potential for delivery, right? So, but again, it's still that retail sale. And also I think for municipalities, and thank you, Madam Chair, for triggering that thought, marijuana cultivators, marijuana product manufacturers, even independent testing laboratories, are still available to be hosted within communities and are still looking for locations, but they may not bring that foot traffic, vehicle traffic, et cetera, that some communities I think are sensitive to. But it also, and this is obviously something I would compliment our industry on, I would say that it's really blended into the fabric of some of these communities quite well, where some of the concerns of municipalities and residents of those municipalities may not have been realized in their full entirety. So.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. So I wanted to ask you, in terms of the numbers for marijuana retailers, in comparison to last year, this time last year, we're now past the 5-year mark here in the regulated marketplace. Is there sort of a rapid increase in those numbers? Do you see any sort of pattern, if there's like a gradual decline or a slowdown, just in terms of the market saturation point that you're
I'll dig into the data a little bit more to try to provide a more thoughtful response in the future. Anecdotally, my take is we're still seeing license activity. We're still seeing application activity. What I think we're starting to see is individual communities wrestle with what is the appropriate saturation within our 4 borders. But also some communities looking at their region and thinking we had a ban in place and communities just around us did not, and our residents are flocking there. And of course, bear in mind too, and this is it's a topic. I don't know that I have a very strong, I'm sure that I have personal opinions on it, but nothing in an official capacity. Being a retailer, the community is entitled to the 3% local option tax as well as the 3% community impact fee. Again, many people have competing thoughts on that, and I'm not looking to wade into that debate in this, today. At the same time, if I were a community, I would be looking at what is the potential impact of retail in a positive sense for my community, for my bottom line, for instance. So I think we're still seeing that activity. It is still a popular application. And I think other folks are looking at how can I coexist. I would love to see retailers strategically partner with marijuana couriers. I think that could be a win-win for both entities. And again, if you're serving a region within some sort of radius, that could be a powerful opportunity.
And I know there's some ongoing conversations.
There are.
on that too. Okay.
Could you talk a little bit about that? Because this is one of the things that I think that we can maybe do, improve what we're doing, but it's making those connections. I don't know, if you're thinking about encouraging retailers to, partner with delivery companies, is there anything that we can do to kind of foster something like that? Like maybe have a roundtable, I don't know if that's something that makes sense.
It certainly makes sense. I think any opportunity we have to put like-minded folks in the room and see what happens is a good thing, of course. What we've also seen, and this is a really positive sign, is we have some SEP participants or economic empowerment applicants that are retailers today that are applying for courier licenses to extend their license. So they're partnering with themselves, which is a really positive development. That's a great vision, and obviously it requires 2 licenses, but at the same time, the retailer that they're affiliated with is themselves. And I think that's it's nice to see that. At the same time, there's also folks that might be retailers that want to support SEP or EEA licenses or DBE licenses. And there's a number of ways you can do that. If an economic empowerment applicant, social equity program participant, or DBE is a product manufacturer, carry their products, highlight their products. Same thing with cultivation, micro businesses as well. Give them shelf space. And I think that's an opportunity where folks can promote and build brands. One of the things I've been thinking about in the context of a national market and how can Massachusetts brace for a number of potentials. One is interstate commerce, one is federal legalization. We're seeing a lot of brands make their way west to east. We can start returning some of that. And that's the competitive nature in me I think Massachusetts has a successful marketplace. We have our issues and we're going to work through them. And I trust this commission to do that. And I know that you're intent on doing that. At the same time, I think we have some stories to tell that are local. And I think we can do that through a brand exercise.
In terms of quality, in terms of branding.
Absolutely. And I think the branding is through innovation. There was not a large beverage market in the country until Massachusetts came online. And I think you're seeing some of our brands develop there and be leaders there. And I think the same can be true for a lot of other. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that flower is the same across the country, but genetics is certainly something that's evolved. And I think Massachusetts can contribute to that. But it's really building those types of brands. I would welcome an opportunity to talk with our team about ways to foster more relationships and connections. I think that's a great idea, especially we've seen it organically amongst SEP licensees or applicants themselves, and it's twofold. If an SEP participant becomes a licensee, they're more inclined to hire SEP participants as agents. That's a wonderful thing. Similarly, they're more inclined to network amongst one another. And if an SEP retailer partners with an SEP product manufacturer, they're going to highlight their products on their shelves. They're going to promote and push those products. At the same time, they're going to educate consumers as to brand.
Yeah.
And I think consumers, I will give them credit, are scrutinizing.
Yeah.
They want to know, where did this product come from? They're also, and to be clear, and this is a bit of a public information, public education, there's a lot of information you can ask at a retail establishment, and also a lot of information on that label. You can identify who manufactured this product, when was it tested, what were the testing results, and you have access to all that information. I would encourage anybody to take full advantage of that information.
So I appreciate that. And I think that this is also, just letting the public know that obviously we are working our way through a sort of post-COVID existing with COVID world. Just want to make the statement that, all of the commissioners are, we're responding to some of the critiques that we've heard in public, but we are moving towards that public access. There's a lot that it kind of goes into making that happen, some additional requirements that we will have in terms of safety and accessibility and rooms. But I do want people to know that. But I think that in that vein of our, desire and efforts to move back towards being more public and more open, I think that convening, I think that
Sure.
that's one of the things that, with your leadership, I think that convening more conversations always sparks something better. So I appreciate that. And I know that we'd like to work together on that.
Sean, I had another question for you and you jogged it.
Oh.
Maybe this is something for the group because, we're limited by our open meeting laws. So I'm not able to sort of freely ask questions when we're in these working groups. But something that came up in terms of equity, when we're talking about those social equity participants and HCAs
Mhm.
was when impact fees are being assessed. Let's say there's one of those equity participants that is through our SCP program, and they have both a retail establishment and a delivery license or delivery courier, and they're joining the two, they're sort of operating consecutively. Is that fee being assessed twice because they're two different? I know it might vary depending on
That's
on the location, so.
Yeah,
And that's a conversation, I know we're in a public setting as well, that's a conversation we'll have more of
yeah.
and have more engagement with the public about as well, just kind of figure that out because that's also a concern.
May I add on that? So to your point, so
Yeah.
if they were, so a marijuana transporter with other existing ME license is only assessed one fee because the two are one.
It's a separate license.
Wouldn't they be
Are they,
per license?
So that's the question.
and
And it probably is dependent on the municipality
is.
where they're located as
so
well.
they could be, that could also be assessed to.
It could.
It's the same.
They
sort of
are, it's the same
situation.
premise.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I actually, in building off of that, and actually to answer your question, Commissioner Roy, it really is going to depend on the relationship with that municipality as to how the HCA is structured.
Right.
It could be that licensed activity is covered by the individual HCA, and then the corporate, it also depends on the corporate structure of that entity. So if they build out a different LLC for the purposes of the delivery license,
Right.
then that could be, now you're really assessing two separate entities. But that's going to be, and that's where I don't want to consult anybody, I don't want to advise anybody, but it is going to be case dependent on the specific structure. If they bring in another investor, that creates the corporate entity. There might be plenty of reasons why that's a good decision. There might also be some challenges to that. So I think folks are probably licensees. My hope is that licensees and communities are coordinating.
Mhm.
And if you found a community within which you are hosted and located, my hope, my aspiration for you and that community is that the relationship is productive in so much as you can have that conversation about how do we want to structure this.
Commissioner Wright?
So I guess I envision some of these folks under one roof.
Yes.
That's true. Most often,
Same street address, same roof, but they're gonna get assessed to HCA's. That's where, I guess that's where I was having a little.
See, that's the question.
That's a
It
great
may or
question.
may not.
It might be occurring depending on where they're located. That's exactly the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
they may or may not. Depending, for instance, if your retail establishment is situated such that it's a storefront in a downtown, you may house your depot for your delivery elsewhere at a different physical address. But I think, Commissioner Roy, to your point, you may be a vertically integrated operation that now includes, and by extension, your transportation with an existing license
Right.
under that same roof. So your HCA may cover that one location.
That is what I was envisioning, one location, two licenses for that location being assessed twice, those impact fees because of the different licenses.
There is potential for that, yes.
Okay.
We have work to do in our
Yes, we
working
do.
groups.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, or depending on the municipality, they can choose to just have one, because it's one physical brick and mortar.
That's right.
One HCA.
And that's a conversation that we should probably be having, but that's the benefit of
Yeah.
us being here
No, it's
together
good.
at one point because,
Exactly.
we
It's
can
good
talk
to
about
hear,
that.
it's good to
Yeah.
hear too, just the questions you guys are asking, it's good to
Yeah.
hear.
This also feels like an appropriate time to remind the public and communities that you may choose to waive those community impact fees. And this may not be an issue. And again, I'm not saying that's just, there's a universe of options that are available to folks, including, and we've seen a trend. I don't know if it takes,
Don't be afraid to say it, right? It's not a bad thing, right?
I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
Some cities may think differently. They may want to do it, but I think to your point, it's an option and it's good to remind folks that it's there.
Yep.
And, it's okay.
Or you may choose to say, you already have an existing HCA, you're looking to extend your license to include delivery. We will not charge you that additional
That's right.
fee. So you may be selective as to about how those fees get applied. And that's where I hope that relationship is productive, such that it's a true negotiation in pursuit of a positive opportunity for both community and licensee. And Commissioner Roy, to your question as to third-party transportation with an existing license, I do get questions about transportation with early days industry with some regularity, less so today. All licensees are able to move their own product, so they don't require a transportation license. By nature of your license, you can transport your inventory. If you would like to be a transporter, a third-party transporter, and we have a number in this space, you can apply for a license. So we have some entities that are exclusively transportation licenses. Some also choose, and you see here, there's a handful, about 3, that by extension, the only distinction between them is that they have another license type available. So it might be a cultivator, a product manufacturer. They're adding a transportation license. It's not a separate transportation company, so to speak.
Is there a way to, could you let us know what those 3 are at a future time? Like,
Sure.
I'd be interested.
Yeah, I can pull that information.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Good, quick jump in. Commissioner Stebbins and I think last year met with third-party transporters, but I think I also got an email, and I'm going to have them send it to you all, but this is kind of like an awareness thing, just since we're all here together. There is a Massachusetts Association of Cannabis Transporters, a group of CCC licensed third-party transporters. And there's a few of them: Coastal Solutions, Eagle Eyes, Transportation, MMN Transport, and Plymouth Armor Group. But they, I've been asking folks, if you have thoughts or something, send it in 1 pager, right? 1 or 2 pages, but
1 pager, 5 commissioners.
one page, yeah, actually this is 2 pages, but,
Follow instructions.
yeah, so it's Massachusetts Association of Cannabis Transporters. I'll have them forward this email to you, but I know Commissioner Stebbins and I, of course, open meeting law, so we've had a conversation with them last year. But to your point, and to Commissioner your question, I think it'll be a good opportunity for you guys to speak to them too, but also to hear about the regulatory concerns they have as third-party transporters. Because there's not a lot of them in the universe. There's a small niche of them, but I actually printed this out to read it on the way over here today as, extra reading, but thought I'd bring it up.
Thank you.
This is a thank you, Commissioner Corrigan. So the marijuana transporter is a B2B,
Yes, that's correct.
not to consumer.
Thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yep. And again, I think the reason there were other jurisdictions that either legalized before us or the same time as us, where transportation was a significant issue. If you think about alcohol, for instance, you're not allowed to transport your own product. You must go through a wholesaler that is allowed to transport. That wholesaler is B2B, but they're manufacturer to retailer. And so really they become a gatekeeper of inventory. And so getting your product to market, requires you to be reliant upon another business. In our regulatory scheme, you can get your own product to market. Again, there might be many reasons why someone chooses not to. I'm really good at the science of cannabis. I'm really good at the extraction methods and making products. I don't want to worry about logistics. And so you may rely therefore upon a transportation license that is focused and dwelling on logistics. And so really, or you're thinking, I can do that at some point, but let me scale my business. I don't have the capital resources to get a vehicle, secure that vehicle. And our regulations are strict as to the security elements of a transportation. So not to mention the nondescript nature of that transportation. So there might be any myriad of reasons why someone chooses to either transport or not. And again, we like to give them choices.
Plus the involvement in the transportation itself, checking the inventory, right?
It's definitely strict.
Yeah, so I can understand why somebody would.
Oh, it's a huge capital investment.
Yeah.
And just to sort of pipe in at this point in time, I mean, again, we've sort of talked on a number of occasions about the open meeting law. It is our intent as a commission to actually meet an additional time during the month so that we can focus on policy and have an agenda setting, as Commissioner Stebbins said, suggested a number of months ago, but
2 years ago.
2 years, well, but anyway.
Here's our month.
The point is, I think that the time is right, that we can, do this in an open setting where we actually can sort of dig into particular issues and, not have to go to an 8-hour meeting. So anyway.
One comment, in addition, Commissioner Camargo, thank you so much for bringing that up. When you mentioned the Transporters Association, it rang a bell because Abigail, the founder, actually reached out to the newer commissioners back in February of 2021, just to do an intro and explain their work. So I will be reaching out. I'm happy that you shared it with us.
I'll email them too and just have them email all of you guys or go through Kate so that you guys can get what they sent.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, back to the executive director.
Sure. And that generally concludes, I wanted to just flag the 506 again. It's again, no significance outside of it, just a nice round number. And of course, now it's 506. So we couldn't help ourselves. We kept approving commence operations. So, but good to see that progress, especially in that short amount of time. And again, that's credit to licensees, and our staff, of course, but licensees are the ones advancing through this process. So the next slide is, and I returned this slide on purpose just because I want to keep us and obviously the public's attention on things like supply. This is the cultivation tiers across, and this is combined indoor, outdoor, across all 11 cultivation tiers. You see that 59% of the total commence operations volume. Again, that's volume of licenses. So 59% of licenses are in the bottom 3 tiers, tiers 1 through 3. And 13% are in the top tiers. Again, the slide's awkward to say top, it's on the bottom, but 13% are in tiers 9 through 11. Despite that.
Is it a difficult calculation to figure out not just number of licenses, but volume that's produced?
So I have that figure in my scratchy penmanship for you now. What that allows for, and it's not so much, we could pull raw data as to production. At the same time, I want to give you a sense of at the top tier. So again, like a tier 9, for instance, if they were maxed out at the 80,000 square feet, same thing for tier 10, if they were maxed out at 90,000, tier 11 at 100,000, that would represent 39% of the total commenced operations tier canopy. So it's 13% of license volume, but truly it's 39% of your available canopy.
Wait a minute, could you say that again? So the smaller producers, the 59% of the licenses are contributing how much?
21%.
21%.
And that's the available canopy tier. So as far as actual production, that would be a different number, because bear in mind, it's up to 5,000 square feet. It's up to 10,000. So there might be someone in a tier 2 that, for instance, that's at 8,000 square feet of canopy. They have room to grow within their license, but I gave you the 21% as if they assumes that they're capped as far as their canopy, they're maxed out, excuse me, at 10,000 square feet. So that's 21% of.
So the 21 is max.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and the 39% is the tiers 9 through 11. Commissioner Wood looks like she has a question.
Thank you. I always like to highlight the square feet of canopy, so we're up to 3.2 million square feet of canopy. And secondly, when I went and visited Holyoke at the roundtable, many folks brought up in our regulations about tier relegation, and if you don't attain or sell a certain amount of your inventory, I believe it's around 70%, then you should be. They were advocating for us enforcing that reg and relegating folks back. And also you can advance a tier if you sell, I believe, over 80%. So can we talk a little bit about that? And I think the process and I think your concern is that most of the group is in that bottom, well, top of the slide, bottom on the tiers. And where do they relegate back to if there's nowhere to go? And I think you had said that before, but it's come up. So I just want to bring this up.
And this conversation is not a simple one. And I think in part because of the way that this industry operates B2B, but also internally. So being vertically integrated gives you a competitive advantage without a doubt. So if you are a vertically integrated entity and this commission were inclined to begin relegation, you could, from a technology standpoint, advance your inventory to your product manufacturing license and satisfy that number.
Right. Sorry.
If you are a standalone cultivator, you are sitting in a very vulnerable place if the commission were to elect to relegate tiers downward. And if you're a standalone cultivator, this is an assumption, it may not be fair, but it's an assumption. So let me be clear and preface it with, I'm making an assumption. You may be in one of the smaller tiers as well. And so to the point, and I think you're repeating something I had mentioned, which is that there's not a lot of places to go when you're at a smaller tier. So relegating someone downward. We have had folks come in at the application phase and say, I'd like to increase my tier now. The commission has approved me for a tier 3. I'd like to become a tier 6 because I've identified capital. And our answer historically has been, you chose your tier upon application. You must now demonstrate sales. And so those production controls exist throughout the licensing phase where because also bear in mind, you declared to your community you were going to be a tier 3 license. And now you've gotten a provisional license and I want to bump it up. There might be some apprehension there as well. So demonstrate that saleability. But relegation is something I had a conversation with a couple other jurisdictions about this as well, primarily around production controls that are in place. And a lot of the production controls that the agencies have, regulatory bodies have, some are very heavy-handed regulatory structures that just cap licenses. We're no longer issuing licenses. We're issuing a lottery for licenses. It's very market manipulative. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. That's not my position. I'm saying we have to live up to our statute. But the capping of licenses at this point as well, there's something, and I've had this conversation locally, and it's obviously frustrated some folks. Bear in mind, and some commissioners talked about it just in your opening remarks, the Commonwealth just put aside money to help folks get into this market. Folks that have been struggling to find a foothold in this market. And it would be very almost schizophrenic to say, we have to put a stop on production or a halt to production. But by the way, we want to make sure you find a space in this industry. Just not yet. So I think we need to be careful about and this is my counsel more than anything else. You get to make those decisions. But relegation is something that would require some data. I do think it gives a competitive advantage to vertically integrated operators that could move their inventory within their license and satisfy that percentage requirement. I think it leaves standalone cultivators very vulnerable.
How do we track how much is like, do we just look up in metric? Is it
Yes.
self-report? Like, so we could, in other words, if we say 90% of our cultivators are only moving 70% of their product, 80% of product, we know we have oversaturation. Is there a way to compile that data that we know what the cultivators are, how much, is it a matter of hitting a button in metric, or is it more complicated than that?
I'm sure it's not that simple, but I think it's really akin to that. If someone were to come in and attempt and request to increase their tier, they'd like to go from a tier 5 to a tier 6. They would have first an obligation to demonstrate those sales, and then we would reconcile through their metric inventory. And obviously, if we were to make the effort to relegate, that would put the affirmative obligation on us to demonstrate a failure to meet that. And then also, where do you begin? Is it a comprehensive, everybody, all 104 commence operations, we assess all of that, and basically what is fair? What does due process look like? Because bear in mind as well, there might be a sense in there as far as due process applying to an existing licensee and their property rights related to that licensee, including the potential for their ability they built out a space and a facility that is at a certain capacity, whether it be rooms and their cultivation aspect. So it's not a simple opportunity. At the same time, it is a production control that the Commonwealth has. And a lot of jurisdictions have that very heavy-handed production control. The other point I'll make too is it's a reactive control. It's not a preventative measure.
Is there enough experience in other states that could maybe shed light on relevance to Massachusetts, or is that something kind of new? Or
that's a great point. What I've said to a lot of operators that I've spoken to in Massachusetts is this is not a unique issue to the Commonwealth. As far as production, the risk of overproduction, the price dropping. The other point is it is a matter of perspective as well. Patients are accessing very affordable medicine. Consumers are accessing affordable inventory. If you're an operator, that's not reassuring, because also if you could borrow money 2 or 3 years ago to build out your facility, it was very expensive and you built it on certain margins.
right?
And if you're not able to meet those margins, you're feeling that pressure. So the other observation I have is that some folks are sitting on inventory. They can't move it. So you're actually reducing your grow space right now because there's no place to send it, or you're sending it on a wholesale market for extraction, which is obviously significantly reduces the value of that just to move the inventory. So there's a lot of pressures in place, but it's also, I think, Madam Chair, thank you for reminding me of the point, which is it's not a unique issue to Massachusetts. What I've seen though is that jurisdictions have different controls in place. And that's where you start to see that there is no one size fits all approach to regulatory schemes. Some jurisdictions literally control licenses. They will say, we're not issuing any more licenses, period.
I was gonna ask you that, just to kind of be clear, and I don't know if this is an easy question to answer, but I wanted to ask you that. Do we have the authority to limit the production in the market, whether the prices are falling or there's a surplus in quality? Like, do we as commissioners have the authority to do that? You don't have an answer,
Yeah, I think somewhere in our agency, someone in legal's head's about to explode if I were to say yes or no.
sorry, legal team, but I,
It's a question, it's a fair question, to be clear.
Yeah.
My gut instinct would be no. That's my gut instinct. That's all that is. And I'm reluctant to even say that at the same time I just did.
it's okay. We're having a conversation.
Yeah, with the public watching.
It's okay.
But I think that's, my gut instinct would be no, because of our licensing process. To be clear, you are the licensing authority.
Yeah.
As the Cannabis Control Commission, you're the licensing authority.
Right.
I would imagine if you tried, you'd get sued.
Got it.
How you prevail or don't, I don't know.
No, but that's good to know. That's good to know. Commissioner, wait, can I ask you a quick question before you ask your question?
Yeah.
What was the number that you had? I love that you do the math for us. in
Oh,
terms of
The canopy?
Yeah.
3.2 million.
3.2 million, right?
And then in literally in provisional, there's another 4.7 million waiting in provisional square feet in canopy.
Got it. I'm not
Yeah.
looking at the screen and I
Yeah.
know it's there.
It's there.
I was giving you extra credit.
Yeah, we need this.
I thought you were doing it right there and then.
No, but I always circle it and I always highlight the canopy. I think it's important to.
I thought you had that in your head. I'm
Oh,
not.
I do, of course. Don't
disabuse.
I do too. I know, I was looking really stellar, thank you.
Take the win.
I'll take the win. To that point, can you just give us a little bit of historical context? I know we have to keep moving around why relegation was put into the regs. Is it seen as a emergency break we can throw if we need to, or is it a little stopgap measure short of a moratorium?
There's a bit of a comical story to it as far as the term relegation. Your predecessor commissioner sat in a meeting just like this, similar to this, and we're trying to figure out what do we call essentially knocking someone back a tier for any number of reasons. It was former Chairman Hoffman that said, well, in European soccer, you can be relegated if you are unsuccessful. And I think this was, well, yeah, it does coincide nicely with the introduction of Ted Lasso, but that's how we kind of settled on the concept, because it really mirrors that concept of if you fail to do something at a certain level, you can be relegated. It came up through the context of production controls and what mechanisms can exist to influence or manipulate production. But as I said, it's a reactionary tool. It is not a preventative, danger ahead, pull the brake. It's instead, this is the moment. Now what do we do? And so you're always going to be chasing it. And so, but it originated through that potential. And I think it's also because we watched closely other jurisdictions and realized that at some point you're going to have a saturation, but there's a bit of a capitalist answer to this of the market is also going to dictate some of this as well.
Thank you for that.
Everyone talks about the race to the bottom.
Sure.
I just feel this is the lesser of the extreme options. If we had to, you say it's reactionary, but if the car is going off the cliff, so to speak, and it stops the car from doing that, then it is preventative in a way.
Sure, of course.
And it's just a tool at our disposal that we already have. You all hear it, race to the bottom, right? And if we get to that point, then we have this tool at our disposal.
And that's a great point. And I would say too, who can survive the race to the bottom? It's your well-capitalized, bigger operators. The folks that are also going to be sitting in a vulnerable position are the ones that are smaller operators that don't have the same margins or the same ability to survive any extended period of loss. Some folks can write things off or scale it across a larger corporate structure. And so those losses, and I think that's where the market can also be managed by market players as well. And so I think, yeah, if you are an individual cultivator in one of the bottom tiers, you're in a very vulnerable place right now.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Please.
just one other question. This is great. You obviously shared this slide with us for many, many months. So I regret asking this question at this point, but do you or can you include micro businesses as part of that first cultivation? Do you include it or can we? I mean, they're growing up to 5,000 square feet.
They would just be,
Is at the back?
it's not, no. But if you counted them at the, they'd be at 40,000, they would add 40,000 square feet to the bottom line. If you went to the max, because there's 8 micro businesses operating. That's also assuming too, so this isn't a fair assumption. This might be it might skew the number a little bit. Is micro businesses may also choose not to grow as a component of the license. They may just be doing the manufacturing side. So, but they would add at most 40,000. With 8 operating in the space, they would be in that bottom tier, so it would add another 8. So
There's also, of that 8, there's another 31 that are somewhere in the licensing pipeline. that can be added.
yeah, I guess I was thinking of it just in the commence operations.
Sure.
So,
Madam Chair, please.
I know you have more, I know you have more to go, but I'm gonna say we probably at some point should take like a 5-minute break to order lunch for later. Cause so I don't know, I know. I'm just saying,
I-
just a little check-in, cause,
Okay.
yeah. No, take your time, take your time. I'm just saying, in a little while so that we can,
I can vote it through this.
Yeah,
take your time.
We'll be all right. I'll get through it.
No rush, I'm just saying.
So. Next slide.
please, please.
5-minute break later.
We still have 100 commenced operations for MTCs. So those are folks operating and serving medical patients across the Commonwealth. I mentioned earlier, there's the 96,350 certified active patients. There's the 102,344 certified patients. Those are folks that are in the system. They just need to go in and finish their registration with us for any number of reasons. But they've visited a provider, they've been certified for access to medicine, and just need to register with the program. Again, worth monitoring on a regular basis the volume of caregivers, because I think it's something that we want to be sensitive to. It's something we always want to make sure that there's access, that patients have access to caregivers, but caregivers have access to market as well. So, and then again, you see the provider count here not moving significantly at all. I know we've had many conversations about that in previous months. It'll be a central focus too of the regulatory process.
One quick question, and this is also part of the sort of, the regulatory writing process. We are primarily focused right now on what the legislature told us we have to do. This is one of the things that has, as you know, has resonated with me, with the nurse practitioners.
Yes.
The fact that our regulations do not jive with the range of authority that nurse practitioners have been given by statute. Is there any way that is something that could be done in parallel with what we're doing right now? Because it feels like that's one of those things where you could almost get testimony. We don't have to have a hearing on something like that. I'd want to just raise that because I feel like that's one of those things. If we are worried about access, I'm thinking of like places down the Cape and other things, out in Western Mass, but we can talk, you and I can talk about this offline, but it feels like this is one of those like little tweaks that, if there are some things like that we're looking at, especially as it pertains to access, because making people wait as we go through this process, and it feels like that's something that could be more simple. And again, I don't want to minimize what the staff work would be, but if there's a way to do something.
Yeah, and you're fair to raise that question. It's not pushback or resistance by any means. It's more how do you organize it? How do you sequence it? Where how often are you publishing regulations for public comment and trying not to cause any significant confusion. Or one of the things I struggle with, and it's a pet peeve more than anything else, is versioning and version control of which version are we editing today. So I don't want to give the public or operators in particular, and it's twofold. One is for operators, we expect them to comply. So we want to make sure that they're aware of any regulatory change, and that includes providers, of course, but also our staff. We want to make sure our staff have concrete, clear messaging when they're in the field of, well, did you know this regulation changed? Well, when? And so that's really on some of the we have a laundry list of things we'd like to update. Some of that, I'm not going to pretend for a second that I'm going to be the keeper of that draft. Instead, it's going to be the 5 commissioners, but it's really, and when I say that, it's really for what is the ministerial edit, what is the minor tweak. What might be minor to me may not be minor to one of you. So my objective would be to present you with a lot of those. We talked about telehealth in this example. I don't know if you want to make that permanent or not, but it's the drafting of that is very simple. So there's a whole host of things that I think were simple drafting. The MP is another example. It's for me, it's just a matter of sequencing and how you organize it.
I think it's important, in this conversation to sort of let folks know that that we're actually doing all of this. We just have to focus
That's
on that
exactly
stuff
right.
first.
Yep.
And I know that, we've gotten some letters from some nurse practitioners saying, I don't have to report to a doctor and why, so, but just, I guess, reassuring folks that this is in the pipeline.
Yeah.
It's going to be happening. It's just, by the nature of the deadlines that have been put in place with Chapter 180, we have things that have to go to the
That's right.
pipeline.
And just for access, we talk about those 428 providers and sometimes if someone doesn't have access to an internet, how do they find those providers necessarily? And I was just wondering if this commission could entertain at some point. And I know you had this said a reason why we don't list the providers on our website, but we do list, like if I put in my zip code, I can find an MTC and I put the mile radius
Correct.
on I can find an MTC,
Okay.
and I can't find a provider. And you said part of that was because of the federal illegalities and they didn't, you didn't put it on the website. If there was an opt-in measure where physicians could opt in, could we entertain that just so someone could find providers easily?
By state law, our database is required to be confidential. So we could not, even in an opt-in, we could not publish that. Correct.
Physicians have to remain confidential by state.
By state law.
So that would be a statute.
We would not be legally able to publish that information. So
Thank you.
we've talked a lot about that.
I appreciate.
It really came up in the context, just for clarity's sake, around finding pediatric doctors.
Yeah.
And could we, if folks have identified as a subspecialty or if they were pediatricians, could we publish that information? That was the analysis done at that time. Was state law requires that database remain confidential.
But this might also be a conversation because it's my understanding that on federal law, some of the conversations that physicians can have with their patients has now been relaxed when it pertains to cannabis, correct? I mean, was there?
Conversations, yes.
Yeah, so I'm also wondering, it's, even in the conversation that we had with the Mass Municipal Association, we had actually stated at a meeting that that whatever host community agreement you have negotiated sort of is in place until, we come up with new regs. And they didn't necessarily hear it. We had a conversation and then we clarified that with them. I'm just wondering if at some point in time with the Mass, Medical Association, that we have a conversation and maybe engage some, some of the people in the leadership to message that, because that may not be at the front of their, to-do list when, when physicians gather, but it might be something to see if we can engage them. So
Yeah.
I may take that on myself.
I think I might have messaged what?
Message that the federal law has changed about the ability to have conversations about cannabis. Part of the issue is, as I understand it, and maybe I'm not stating it right,
I
is
just want to make sure I'm understanding, because Commissioner Roy brought up having a database and being able to access that. And I just want to make sure. I'm
And John
understanding
said we
how they
couldn't
all
do it
together.
because
Right.
it's in state law.
Right.
but what I'm reflecting upon is the conversation we had, I think, at our last meeting, where we were talking about telemedicine.
Right.
And I said, with all due respect, I don't think that form of telemedicine is necessarily, that's not my
I remember this
gatekeeper.
conversation.
And so it's, I want to be able to have those conversations with my primary care physician. But if my primary care physician is not necessarily well-versed in what the current status of the law that allows them to do that, they can then make those decisions themselves. We're not telling them what to do. They're probably not even going to be in our database, but I think it's really just making sure that they're educated about what they can do when it comes to some of this stuff, and maybe they take it upon themselves to become more educated. So
Talking more about the educational.
right, exactly, yeah.
And along those lines, I suppose too, there may be opportunities for trade groups to maintain their own lists of, and I think what would be helpful is, this is a scenario, I don't know how common or possible it is. I guess I can see the viability or feasibility is I may be seeing a provider for any number of ailments, issues, et cetera. Let's say I'm seeing an oncologist for cancer treatment. They are not a prescriber or a certifying physician in our system, but they'd like to recommend that, folks with appetite or sleep or something, anxiety, have found benefits, medical benefits, or therapeutic benefits to cannabis. I can't certify you, but if I go to my trade group, I can find who might be in a position to. And I think we may not be able to publish that list again pursuant to Mass General Law, but there's nothing prohibiting the Mass Medical Society or Physicians Assistants Association from maintaining such a list. Because again, it's our database that we're not allowed to publish. And there's a number of reasons why that would be a public policy choice that the legislature made. Certainly one is the fact that a lot of providers do maintain DEA registrations for writing prescriptions. And not to mention, we know the challenges with banking in this industry. And if we were to publish a list that said, here's all the folks that are generating revenue from cannabis, there might be risks associated with that. So there might be any number of reasons why that privacy is important. I don't want to telegraph, and we don't publish things like legislative intent, so I don't want to assign anything there, but I could see some public policy choices. Again, I'm not saying it's long-term, it's something I would agree with, but that's not my place.
And there could be a disruptor, may I add? So we got the bills that were filed,
Sure.
and there's two that would require insurers to reimburse for medical cannabis. That's a major game changer or disruptor in the cannabis market if a health insurance provider would reimburse for medical cannabis. So then then the conversation would evolve from there. We have.
Would say so, without
Yeah.
doubt. Yep. And also, we've talked about this briefly as well. In certifying physicians, providers, NPs, PAs, whoever it may be, to access our program, we're not governing their practice of medicine. That is still governed by the boards of registration in medicine, nursing, et cetera. We're essentially allowing them access to our program. And one of the conditions of them having access to our program is that they maintain their status as licensed providers. But we don't license them ourselves. We don't govern their scope of practice or their standards of practice.
Thank you.
I know I promised I'd be efficient about this. I'm sorry.
No, because this is why we need to have a separate meeting to have this kinds of
We have lots of
conversations.
questions.
So that
You
people
do.
who are waiting out there with bated breath to find out what happens to them, they can go on their lives.
So that's the data. So I can move on to some other things. A couple programmatic or agency updates for you. First and importantly, Governor Healy released her first budget not too long ago. So it's House 1 is the governor's budget. So that really formally kicks off the budget season on Beacon Hill especially. So as you may remember, we requested for FY24 a grand total of $23.7 million. That included $18.5 million for our main operating account, $1.5 million for the public awareness campaign, and $3.6 million for the medical use of marijuana program. The governor's budget, House 1, provided us $19.7 million. So a shortcoming that we're obviously hopeful we can overcome and move as we move through the legislative process, but it is a reduction. There's a number of figures we are tagging that against. So obviously wanted to call your attention to that. Versus fiscal 23, which is our current fiscal year, which is $19.2 million available to us. It is an increase. It's an increase of about $545,000. Versus what we described as our maintenance budget, which we would say is a level service. That's if we were to annualize all of the hiring we're doing this year, plus carrying forward any contracts that we were to enter into throughout this fiscal year, that would represent a decrease of $575,000. And again, so that's a swing. Obviously, we're mindful of that. Versus our fiscal 24 request, it's about a $3.9 million.
And were we to get everything we asked for,
Sure.
how much are we still under, in terms of how we sort of pay for ourselves, in terms of the revenues that we take in? How close to that?
Sure. I would,
Neutral.
yeah, that's a great question. I would say conservatively, non-tax revenue would be about $20 to $30 million. So that's just fees, et cetera. That is not a dime of tax revenue. So we're still significantly under that as far as the cost neutrality of our program.
And what is the figure of revenues to the state based on everything that we collect from the cannabis industry?
So we would do all non-tax revenue would be about the $28 to $30 million, and then 20% of sales. Now granted, 3% of that goes to cities and towns. The 10 3/4 is the excise tax and 6 1/4 sales tax. If you figure we're doing, again, conservatively about $1.2, $1.3 billion, you're looking at several $100 million.
Right, so this is the argument.
Without a doubt, absolutely. And I think, to be clear too, our growth, our expectations for growth are really around critical functions that require us to scale alongside this industry. For context, I mentioned there's 100 MTCs. When we took over the medical use of marijuana program, it was 49 MTCs.
Yeah.
We have 500 entities that have commenced their operations in Massachusetts today, plus several hundred more that are in the licensing queue. The licensing queue requires any combination of inspections as well as the document reviews. That does not include anything relative to changes of ownership, changes of location. And those changes of ownership range from adding a board member to an entire acquisition and merger. You're also starting to see, there was a $2 billion merger acquisition proposed from 2 multi-state entities that is now being delayed. What does that mean? Some of these things are wildly complex. We benefit. We're obviously grateful to have the support of some vendors that we use for training and technical review and some forensic assistance. At the same time, it's largely our staff that are driving those evaluations. So, and we don't know what to expect as far as that. But obviously, if you start to see some distressed assets in this space, and you do, you're going to see more changes of ownership. And those changes of ownership happen with, I can only imagine what your inboxes look like as far as the urgency associated with that, which is, I'm in trouble, I need this acquisition to go through. Am I on the next meeting agenda? Am I on the next meeting agenda? So we want to be able to not necessarily meet that urgency, but we want to serve people in a predictable timeline. In order to do that, it requires resources. So just for context, so a few items here I want to just call your attention to. For fiscal 24, we were looking to add about 26 FTEs. We would not be in a position to do that if the governor's number were to survive. We're also planning on doing a number of IT upgrades, primarily around IT security, cybersecurity, et cetera. To be clear, at no point will I, in my capacity, allow us to become vulnerable from an IT standpoint. It would require shifting resources though. But I'm not saying I would lob off IT upgrades. We're also hoping to do a racial disparity study to look at this industry, primarily to support a number of activities. One is knowing that exclusivity for delivery and social consumption is a 3-year, 36-month calendar window. You want to be in a position to evaluate the efficacy of that. One way to do that is through the racial disparity study. Again, it would require us as an agency to think critically about what are the priorities and how do we meet those priorities. So,
Sean, how far are we into that that exclusivity period window?
Began April 1st of this year, I'm sorry, 2022. So we're about a year in. And so we would want to be in a position to evaluate that. And again, the only thing I'll say is this is the opening gun. This is by no means, we're not at the finish line. You see here the bottom couple bullets. We have work to do. We've historically done that work. We are grateful for the support we've historically received, including from the administration, to be clear. Governor Baker's office. This is not uncommon. Obviously, the governor proposes as part of their budget. There are priorities, and the legislature now gets their opportunity. We will testify before Ways and Means in March. The House budget comes out usually the week before April vacation. They usually debate that budget the week after April vacation. The Senate budget comes out in May, and then the conference committee meets in throughout June, aspiring for a July 1st budget to be signed and executed by the administration. So again, I said aspiring, knowing that the legislature, they get it right. They take as much time as they need to get it right. And when I say get it right, I also mean that they've generally supported us in that exercise, and we're grateful for it. We have work to do, and we'll do that work.
Sean, just if I can,
Please,
Madam Chair. Just internally, again, because we never get to talk to each other at the same time. But I know that we are coordinating internally for all of us commissioners and the chair and myself as a treasurer to sort of be in concert with these conversations for the State House. So I'm sure everyone's going to participate, but thank you for starting to move that stuff along. I think you and I had a conversation, and then you and the chair had a conversation, and then the chair and I weren't, didn't have the conversation. Now we're all on the same page. So thank you for moving that forward.
Sorry, Commissioner Roy?
So back to the excise tax and the sales tax, the 6 1/4 and the 10 3/4%, which goes into the general fund.
6.25.
marijuana regulation fund, correct?
6.25 would go into the general fund, the 10.75 goes into the marijuana regulation fund.
Okay. Do we ultimately know where the money gets appropriated so we can see the good that is being done in the Commonwealth with that money? And there's a way to have a slide that we could share with the public where those funds are being spent and the impact we're having.
Yes and no. We can, we need to go through, so the legislature ultimately dictates where that money goes. And so selfishly, we'd like to see some of it come here. We'd like to see our portion returned to us, whatever that may be, whatever our request may be. We'd like to be supported. And then otherwise, what the legislature does as part of again, through the administration as well, is they, in some areas, some accounts, they identify the source of funding. And so if the source of funding is the marijuana regulation fund, we could extract that information. So
I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner Roy, because I feel like
We don't really know where.
everyone always asks. I have the printout at my house on my wall, and I have, where does the money go? So thank you for asking, because I think we haven't had the opportunity to have that conversation, and everyone's, goes back to the State House. It's somewhere locked in a room up there, but thank you. It's a big question.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't know if that's something our government affairs team could put a slide together for us in the future to see where that marijuana regulation fund goes and the good it does.
Yes, I'm happy to take on the task. I will figure out where the task resides as far as the task itself, but
That's a big ask too, Sean.
It
Yeah,
is a
it
big
is.
ask in the future.
Don't feel like you gotta say, I mean, you're saying yes, and you're probably thinking the government affairs team is gonna kill me. And so
Yeah,
the State
sorry,
House
Matt and
folks,
Ernesto.
like, that's a big ask. I think every one of you guys see the articles that came out last year,
Yep.
just around this. There's a whole series around this, right? So that's a big
the other
question that we're asking, so.
point I want to convey, and I'd want to make sure we include this as a caveat, we don't dictate where the money goes.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to own that as an agency, that we're deciding where this pie gets,
Yeah.
how the pie gets sliced. That's not what, I realize that's not what you're saying.
Sunshine to it.
I don't want to create that impression either.
Right.
This also might be a good opportunity, again, because we're all together, we're speaking together openly, because there's something that I am developing with our government affairs team to develop something, a presentation on the state of cannabis
Right.
at the State House. And that would be something that would be included within that material as well.
Okay.
So it is aligned with that. I don't think that I've disclosed that to the entire group as a whole. I think Commissioner Camargo, I mentioned that was something I was thinking about in the last year or so, but
Yeah.
that falls in line with sort of that conversation will be.
So are you talking about what the positive impact is? Is that what you're looking at? What do you, just want to get clarity. What are you working on with the government affairs team?
The state of cannabis. So it will be an annual presentation and conversation at the State House.
But the state of the industry or the state of the impact or both?
Both.
Okay, good.
Like a day at the State House.
Yeah.
Right. That's awesome. Nice.
Okay.
We'll bring some sunshine to the State House.
There you go. And then that way you can package that and still use that, utilize the information too.
Good idea.
That's great.
So that's the budget. Again, I'll provide updates as we have them, but also grateful for your continued collaboration as far as what that strategy looks like for outreach and ensuring that folks understand the work that we do here and what it takes to complete that. A couple other updates. I mentioned last month that MDAR and the commission were going to sort of co-host or co-sponsor a number of webinars. Those did occur. In fact, they occurred this week, March 7th and March 8th. So was that Tuesday and Wednesday of this week? The first one was Pesticide Basics 101, and the second was an introduction, to worker protection standards. And so my understanding, they were pretty well attended. MDAR received a lot of questions from licensees around is there availability of a list to be published of what is approved versus what's not approved. I think the common reaction from MDAR is we'll take that under advisement and see if we can put something together. Obviously, the list of what's not approved is much, much longer than what could be approved, but also bearing in mind too that their policy requires it to be approved for both hemp and tobacco, and then obviously the lesser of both application levels or thresholds. So, and
Will they be doing this again? I'd actually wanted to join one of them and I fell off my radar screen, but will they be doing more of these?
we can follow up and see if there's a need to either do more that folks could not attend, or if there's a need to continue conversations in some.
Well, I'm just wondering if they recorded it, if it's, you know.
Find out.
Yeah, but I think it'd be good, I mean, this would be something, if they did record it, or if they do something in the future, that any recording either is on their website, or there's a link
That's right.
from our website to their website, because I think that that could save us a lot of, extra phone calls.
It was valuable too for our staff,
Yeah.
obviously, because we get a lot of those questions too.
So may I ask a question as my role as secretary?
Please.
If this isn't recorded anywhere and there's not a link, could we request commissioners reach out to MDR for a training for us as regulators, whether it's an abbreviated training or just, I think it was a 2-hour training, but
Right.
as my role as secretary, I just want to make sure that's something that my fellow commissioners would be open to. And, obviously if there's already a link, then that question is moot. But if there isn't, maybe we could have a training. It's important. We get a lot of questions around pesticides. And I'm always eager to learn more.
But I think it would be smart if it's not recorded, that this be repeated, because my sense is that the word is still getting out for a lot of people. And they may not necessarily, I don't know what the universe was that they publicized this to. Did we publicize that in concert with them?
We did.
Mhm.
We sent it to all of our licensees and I just got a note. That's why
On social media,
It was on social media.
but any sort of. direct-
bulletin through Metric as well.
Okay, fine, okay.
Yeah, and for those listening, it was a difficult week for us, not only meeting week, but we're in regulation working groups, so we just couldn't attend. It wasn't for lack of wanting, it just didn't work.
Okay.
It was recorded.
Oh, it was, excellent, okay, great.
Sorry, I realized that was rude to pull my phone up, but
No,
it was to get information, so.
So now we have it, Commissioner.
And it
Thank
will
you.
be available. We'll
Thank
make sure it's available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also on this note too, just wanted to, and there's no slide or text. The Governor Healy appointed a new commissioner of MDR. So Ashley Randall, who was a deputy commissioner at the department for some time under former Commissioner LeBeau. So I want to obviously offer her our congratulations, my personal congratulations. We did have an opportunity throughout my tenure here, our tenure, to work with her. So she is immensely qualified, immensely talented. And so I don't expect any change as far as our relationship or dynamic with MDR. And obviously just want to extend my personal thanks and gratitude to Commissioner LeBeau, who for the entirety of our tenure here at this agency was a valuable partner. Always lent a valuable ear, was an active member of the Cannabis Advisory Board in his ex officio capacity. And again, just someone it was a joy to work with, and want to wish him well and thank him again for his service. And again, looking forward to continuing that relationship with Ashley as well in her new capacity. So, excuse me, Commissioner Randall in her new capacity. So congratulations to her.
Thank you.
Next update, and I promised I'd motor through them. Regulations. So this one, I don't need to spend a ton of time on. Commissioners kind of alluded to it. Those working groups are underway. Commissioner Concepcion, thank you for your acknowledgement. I just want to not take credit for it, but instead extend it to our legal team and Mercedes Erickson, who've done really yeoman's work with pulling this all together, really brainstorming what it looks like. But also that process too came together through the feedback of our staff and commissioners as far as what do you want in an exercise or a process, and how can we make sure that we can facilitate that meaningful engagement with our staff who are developing an expertise, who themselves are indeed experts. But also I know that there is a desire to learn from others, including stakeholders. And so the point I really want to indicate here for you is that stakeholder feedback is something I'm keenly aware of and mindful of, your desire to get it throughout this process, not just once a draft is available, but instead get it as early as possible. And then lastly, and Madam Chair, you referenced it, but agreeing with you that there may be a need for special or dedicated meetings to vet policy proposals, to really dig into some things and have conversations. What I'll say to the public is there's something very refreshing about a group of commissioners that are willing to brainstorm in public. There's a bit of vulnerability to that of, do I dare throw this idea out there? So one is I guess, be patient with us as we go through this exercise, realizing that patience is something it's not easy to request. It's certainly sometimes even harder to grant. At the same time, I respect the fact that you can't speak with one another in any robust way outside of inviting the public. But it's how good policy gets made. It's iterative. It's something that is negotiated. So that willingness to do that is something we want to make sure you have sufficient space for.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and appreciate you putting that slide up. I think we've all been echoing the same message of getting input long before it's required as part of the regulatory process. is something our group talked about the other day. We're thinking of, we were talking strategies, Madam Chair, to your goal and outreach to MMA, because their stakeholders are so connected to the work we're going to do. We talked about specifically reaching out to the license types that would be impacted by social consumption. The other thought we had is that there's a tool available right now. Anybody can weigh into the commission on anything. We certainly extend that invite today from our working group, that if you're an interested stakeholder, one of our public sector counterparts, somebody in the industry, you want to weigh in your thoughts and concerns on social consumption, the email is commission@cccmass.com. Just put in the title line, social consumption, so it will help staff get it to the right working group. But we open that up and certainly invite folks to start weighing in now. Again, it's going to be one of several strategies that we're going to use, but it's certainly something that's available right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
I just want to add a comment. Chairwoman, thank you for making the comment about having additional public conversations, because as the, lone commissioner on 2 working groups, municipal equity and HCA, but those topics in particular, there's a lot of overlap. I know we all overlap with a lot of different things.
Lawyer.
There's a lot that I know I'm already gaining because I'm in both rooms, but I think that as a collective, we'll get a lot from those conversations, just to understand where we're going, the direction.
There's also more pressure on you because you have 2 ears and 2 conversations.
That's true.
And you have to be careful.
And even when I referenced something earlier today, I said, well, was this in the municipal equity conversation? Was that the HCA? It might have been the HCA. But anyways, I say all that to say that I welcome opportunities for more open dialogue.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we all agree on that. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
I promise I'm getting close. I promise. So the next slide, and again, we've touched on some of this, highlighting that NECAN in Boston is this weekend. So obviously, some of our staff will be there. Obviously, commissions will be there. I may show up.
It's a keynote.
I may be there. So just a heads up. Wanted. That's great. Looking forward to that. We will post that meeting agenda. Yes, please scatter yourselves amongst the audience. The next item is that I just wanted to touch on the governance project quickly, just to clarify and identify. One is obviously it's ongoing, so I don't want to touch too much on it. The way, and obviously the format that it's occurring in, I don't want to reveal a ton until it's appropriate. At the same time, want to just remind the public, especially, as to what that is and why we're doing it, which is obviously creating a durable governance document for us as an agency. It isn't often, we're a 5-year-old agency, it isn't often that you get to imagine it up, build government from literally nothing. And in that, there's going to be any number of challenges, questions, and determinations that need to get made. So if you think of any government entity, including cities, towns, school committees, et cetera, they're governed by a charter which dictates and delineates authority appropriately. And so one of the things that those communities or entities will do is they will build a governance charter. Sometimes they create special committees that go off for well over a year and years to do that from scratch. And then they continuously revise those things and update those things based on this is working, this is not. So wanted to just compliment, and obviously it sounds awkward to compliment ourselves, and I'm generally uncomfortable doing that. At the same time, I think it is very well intentioned. And I want to just clear up for anyone that might be watching or listening to our meetings that it is not a matter of discontent or disagreement. It really is an exercise in how do we, as commissioners vis-a-vis myself in an administrative role versus our staff, how do we delineate that authority? And really, it's a good exercise. It's a healthy exercise. It's almost hygienic in a way to make sure that our agency is durable and lives beyond all of us. But if you were starting a city or town from nothing, you would start with what is the role of the mayor? What is the role of the city council? What is the role of the departments of that community? That's essentially the equivalent of what that exercise is. So just, I've gotten enough questions about it that I thought it was important to clarify.
And if I can defend the process a little bit, not defend the process, but this was in 4 months before I
That's correct.
was appointed. And so this has been a little bit delayed because of my newness, my understanding my own role, and sort of being a part of that. So I know that people are, again, it's not going to change the world. It's just going to create some clarity, for us. But I will say that part of the iterative process of developing and kind of pushing back and determining what this document is going to be like, it's been an absolute tremendous learning opportunity for me, as a new commissioner, new chair. So while it has taken longer, I think, than people, would like, I think that the additional time has been, I think, appropriate to help me get onboarded, but also I think that it has fostered, I think, a greater level of communication and collaboration among the commissioners, which I think is a really healthy outcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chair, don't blame yourself too much because we also had to figure out the right vendor, right? And this was way before even some of us got here. This is something that I think the former commissioners were trying to do and didn't have the time to do anything else. And I think this has been a great process because these are different. I say this all the time, whether I sound like a broken record, I don't care. These are difficult roles to be in. Period, end of story. You get appointed, you come to the commission, you get an onboarding process and you're out the gate. This stuff has been running really fast. So I think it's been a good time for us to sit there, have hard conversations amongst each other, push back on each other, understand how do we run the commission? How do we lead? How do we create a culture that will stay here for the next 5 to 10 years, right? After we're gone. So I just want to say that because I don't want you to kick yourself too much because, we had to find the right vendor and organize this correctly so that we can have these conversations to allow us to lead internally. So
that was exactly the thoughts I was going to add. It's like the process began, I believe, in 2021 for,
Sure, formally. Yeah.
formally, but the thought and the creation of sort of this pathway that we went down was before any of us were here as commissioners.
Right.
But I also remember when we talked about this and introduced it at the beginning, when we were going into mediation and governance, this is something that I spoke in detail with the former chairman about as well. This is something that we want to do sort of on a regular basis.
Right.
We had hit the 5-year mark, and the hope is that in the next 5 years, you revisit and see where we are and assess if this charter is all that we need as this agency. And to Commissioner Camargo, to your point, not only is it as commissioners, but being commissioners, so what Sean mentioned, of a completely new agency. It's a learning process. I think that we've, not just us, the commissioners before us, our executive director, have done a lot in a really short span of time. So I am really happy that we're at this mark and at this point where we're having this conversation and reaching a conclusion to it as well.
I mean, I gotta add too, not to forget, when we started the governance process, it was almost the first time that we got to be together in public.
It was.
Right, so we've been working off of Teams, and it was nice to just be in person and understand each other and so.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
And one area too, just to build off, and then I promise I'll move on, is I think where we may often get hung up or trip up is the description of mediation. That can kind of lead people to conclude something, that you typically put it in a context, and that's unfortunate. Really, it's a vehicle. The mediation's a vehicle. It's kind of little m mediation. At the same time too, if you gave any agency or any bureaucracy, never mind agency, city or town, whatever it may be, you gave them a charge to begin with and said, create yourself, they would probably start with roles, responsibilities.
Yeah.
We started with, so when are stores going to be open? And so we quickly ran into, all right, running start, and we did that work. And I think the benefit we reached was we now have a system or an awareness of one another. And so we're bringing that information into our process to learn from one another. So I can quickly run through as I see Commissioner Camargo's taking a break. I will, these two updates, the last two updates for you are non-controversial, non-substantive. I mentioned the legislature getting underway. Just wanted to congratulate and acknowledge that Senator Adam Gomez from Western Massachusetts is the Senate Chair of the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, and Representative Daniel Donahue of Worcester is the House Chair, returning as the House Chair of the committee. Looking forward to working with both of those gentlemen in their capacities as chair. And then lastly is our hiring update, which is an evergreen slide. What I want to just call your attention to is activity here. There's a ton of activity around this agency. We've recently onboarded a legal assistant as well as an additional desktop support analyst in our IT team, which I know commissioners take full advantage of, as well as our staff. We are also identifying final candidates for office manager, legal assistant, press secretary, and 2 laboratory and testing analysts as we build out the ranks on our laboratory and testing side. And then you see the myriad of positions that we have either posted or in an interview screening phase. Project coordinators across the agency, director of IT security, policy analyst, associate enforcement counsel, deputy general counsel, investigators, plural. Looking to bring in a number of them: constituent service associate, human resources generalist, research analyst, enforcement paralegal, and receptionist. A new approach that we're going to take as well is that our positions are going to be posted not so much with deadlines necessarily, but instead until we can fill them, to make sure that we have an absolute opportunity to find the best and most qualified folks. And obviously, if we're unable to do that, we will continue to go back to that pool. Want to just call your attention lastly to an item that's not on the slide. But I'm also intending to post the role of chief people officer in a matter of days. So obviously want folks to pay attention to that, be on the lookout for it, as that is going to join the ranks of direct reports to me. And obviously such a critical role at this agency for any number of things. One is to help with the hiring activity that you see before you, but also ensuring that as we go into the next 5 years of this agency, we're doing so with a thought leader, a strategic advisor, and someone that joins the ranks of our senior leadership. So it's not here, but I want to obviously, I will broadcast it on all of our social media, my own, and just cast that message as wide as possible. So, and Commissioner Camargo, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. I think we all do. So Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to adjourn for, well, I want to do 15 minutes because I know if you'd like to order something, so it'll take, 15, minutes. So what will that be? Like 5 minutes of total 5? 5 minutes of 12?
5 minutes of 12.
5 minutes of 12
That's
ballpark. So entertain a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Take a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We will reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you. Sorry about that. I couldn't.
Who makes it? That's me. Oh, I can't do a Teams call.
Are we open? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thanks, everybody. Back from a brief recess. I will ask Derek Chamberlain to present on behalf of licensing today the different actions we're going to be taking. So Derek, you what?
Hello, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you today. There are 3 proposed changes of ownership today for the Commission's consideration, and Commission staff recommend review and decision on the proposed ownership changes before you. That said, the first licensee here is Airmont Inc. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 MTC license and requesting to add 6 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. If approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, I don't know if anyone has any questions for Derek. I don't think we need to provide any context. Okay, so in hearing that recommendation from the staff, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Airmont Incorporated. And I would seek a motion. Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion?
Second.
Hearing the motion in second, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that the change of ownership for Airmont Incorporated has passed 5 in favor, none opposed. Moving on to Metro Harvest.
Yep, the licensee here is Metro Harvest Inc. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. If anyone has anything, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, quick question. Derek and Jacob, you might be able to just give us a little bit of context. One of the new individuals is somebody who is, I believe, on a probationary period with the commission. Does this change any of that status? Are the guidelines still in place for their involvement in this licensee? Or Mr. Executive Director, I don't know if you can cover this or not.
It does not change any substantive previous consideration by the commission. It changes no standards or expectations based on that. And I think of note in any materials is that at this point, the individual and the entities are compliant with that understanding. So it would therefore not restrict that transaction. I don't know if Jacob or Derek have any additional details that would be illuminating, but that's the general synopsis.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Hold on, just like Derek, did you want to respond or do you?
No, just echoing what the executive director said. Essentially, you know, if licensing enforcement would not make or propose an application to the commission for approval if we were aware of any obviously outstanding issues that would cause the applicant to not be in compliance.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, if someone was to be in violation of their probation or in non-compliance with probation, can you explain what happens at that point?
Sure. It would ultimately trigger a suitability consideration or evaluation. That suitability, depending on the scope or impact of that suitability, whether it was the individual or the entity, it would apply to them as an agent registered with all of their affiliated licenses, as well as the entity itself potentially. So in the instance, if they were to acquire a license, for instance, as proposed here, it would extend to their status across the spectrum of licenses. So, but again, it might be a suitability per an individual. And again, based on the status of that individual, it could extend to the licenses overall. So case specific. I heard myself.
My bad. That was me. My bad.
And Derek, certainly not to suggest you guys were giving us an application to review that you didn't fully endorse. It was just a question about individual and again, being under the scope of a probationary period. Are they aware of what requirements still exist upon them?
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Attorney Nielsen and Attorney Lopez. had a meeting with you all around this change of ownership. I think Commissioner Roy has said this in the past in terms of how complicated these things are and all the maps and everything that we need to sort of look through and read. And this was a complicated one to sort of like digest. So thank you for educating me on the process and what this looks like. Attorney Nielsen, can you just for the public educate us on when we say probation? Because I want to make sure, I come from the court system, so when I hear probation, it sounds like the state of Massachusetts, but can you just clarify what we're talking about in terms of the probationary period or phrase, so that it's very clear with the public that it's not criminal probation, correct?
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners. So you're correct in saying when we're using probation, the word probation, we're using it loosely. In this case, there's just specific restrictions on Mr. Harkin's authority. So that is the terms of what we would call a probation, just specific restrictions on authority of the individual.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for all your work on this and your education yesterday on this process. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further comments or questions, I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership, subject to the conditions that have been articulated by the staff. Commissioner Concepcion, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
Second.
Having it motioned and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy. Aye. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. It has been passed 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Sparks Borough Wellness.
Thank you, Chair. The licensee here is Sparkborough Wellness NAMA Corp. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual and one entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the commissioners have questions for the staff. Seeing none, Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the change of ownership for Sparkborough Wellness. Will you make that motion? Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been motioned and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The motion passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to provisional licenses.
Okay. Today, there are 15 provisional license recommendations for the Commission's consideration. Additionally, I'd like to note this group does include 1 economic empowerment application, 2 social equity applications, and 2 disadvantaged business enterprises. First up here is applicant Atlantis Marketplace and Delivery LLC, doing business as Plymouth Armor Group. The proposed location is 44 Depot Street, Unit C, located in Belchertown, Mass. They're seeking a third-party transporter license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't know if there are any questions or for the staff, but Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Atlas Marketplace and Delivery, number MTN 281667.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. Atlas Marketplace provisional license has been approved 5-0. Moving on to Berkshire Kind.
Yep, the applicant here is Berkshire Kind Inc. The proposed location is 343 Pex Road, located in Pittsfield, Mass. They're seeking a product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions or comments, Commissioner Camargo, I would entertain a
No,
motion.
I have a.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry. Commissioner Roy, please articulate your condition.
Sure, for Berkshire Kind Inc., product manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Commissioner Camargo, will you make a motion to approve the provisional license for Berkshire Kind number MPN 282222, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing a motion in a second, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, subject to the commission conditions articulated. The provisional license is awarded or is approved 5-0. Blossom Flower.
The applicant here is Blossom Flower LLC. The proposed location is 1 Cabot Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. If there are no additional questions for the staff, Commissioner Concepcion, I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendation of the staff to approve the provisional license of Blossom Flower, number MPN 282139.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license for Blossom Flower is approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next to CL Cash.
The applicant here is CL Cash LLC. The proposed location is 401 Mill Valley Road, located in Belchertown, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, you have a condition to lay out?
For CL Cash LLC, cultivation tier 1 indoor, prior to final application for licensure, the applicant shall ensure compliance with 935 CMR 557C, namely not providing direct or indirect compensation to independent testing laboratories in the execution of its plan to positively impact disproportionately harm people as a condition of licensure.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license of CL Cash number MCN 283659, subject to the conditions you have articulated.
So
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Ember Gardens.
The applicant here is Ember Gardens NBP LLC. The proposed location is 1 Nauset Street, located in New Bedford, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And do the commissioners have any questions or comments for the staff? Hearing none, Commissioner Roy, you have an additional condition you would like to add?
I have 2, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Number 1 is in response to their positive impact plan, providing hands-on training for 4 students. So for Ember Gardens NPP LLC, product manufacturing, prior to performing job functions at marijuana establishment, all internship program participants, as stated in goal number 1, goal number 2 of your positive impact plan, must become registered agents in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and provide agent registration card to the commission upon request pursuant to 935 CMR 530. A marijuana establishment shall apply for registration for all of its employees, owners, executives, and volunteers who are associated with that marijuana establishment. Condition number 2, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. Subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Ember Gardens, number MPN 282229.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license of Ember Gardens has been approved 5-0. Good Feels.
The applicant here is Good Feels Inc. The proposed location is 72 Jeffrey Avenue, Suite B, located in Holliston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff?
I have a comment.
Please.
I'd like to commend Good Feels Inc. As you well aware, read all the quality control plans. By far, this was the best one I've ever read, the most thorough and comprehensive plan. And there has been questions around the quality control regulation in the 4 grams over times 7 strains aggregate in a calendar month. So there has been some questions around that, and I appreciate how thorough they were in their quality control plan.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Roy, would you move will you make a motion to approve the provisional license for Good Feels Inc., number MPN 282192?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Good Feels provisional license approved 5-0. Moving on to Green Adventure.
The applicant here is Green Adventure LLC. The proposed location is 1240 Park Street, located in Palmer, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration, and therefore Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for staff? If not, I will ask Commissioner Roy to.
I have one.
Oh, I was just going to say, I was going to call
Sorry about
Commissioner
that.
Roy to articulate her condition.
For Green Adventures LLC retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146. Please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. My proposed motion is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider any strategy for outreach to nearby area of disproportionate impact designated community of Munson and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11 to CCC Licensing Division.
Thank you. Subject to those conditions, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Green Adventure, MRN 284710. Commissioner Camargo, would you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second it?
Second.
So subject to these conditions, I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license for Green Adventure passes 5-0. Himalayan High.
Yep, the applicant here is Himalayan High. The proposed location is 2727 Jacobs Ladder Road, located in Beckett, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions that the commissioners have? If not, I will ask Commissioner Roy to articulate her condition.
For Himalayan High retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include information for substance use disorder treatment programs and the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Will you make a motion subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy in favor of the provisional license of Himalayan High, number MRN 284668?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion. Aye. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that Himalayan High provisional license is approved 5-0. Holland Brands.
If the applicant here is Holland Brands SB LLC, the proposed location is 528-550 East Fire Street, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional conditions. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve the provisional license of Holland Brands, number MRN 284733?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes 5-0. Next, JMK Gardening.
The applicant here is JMK Gardening LLC, doing business as Wonderland Cannabis Co. The proposed location is 11 McCracken Road, Suite C, located in Millbury, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, do any commissioners have questions for the staff? Seeing none, seeing no additional conditions, I will ask Commissioner Stebbins, will you make a motion approving the provisional license of JMK Gardening, number MRN 284654?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license of JMK Gardening is passed 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Mota 420.
Yep, and just a note for the commissioners, numbers 11 and 12 on the agenda are co-located from Mota
Oh, thank
420. So as
Yep.
a result, we'll be presenting those together. So the applicant here is Mota 420 LLC, doing business as Mota. The proposed location is 6 Renfro Street, located in Adams, Massachusetts. They're seeking cultivation and product manufacturing licenses, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summaries for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Roy, will you please articulate your additional condition?
I have one for each, so do you want me to just read the
Yeah,
cultivation
why don't,
right now?
why don't you just read the cultivation and
Thank
we'll
you,
take the vote.
Madam
and then
Chair.
we'll-
For Mota 420 LLC, cultivation tier 1 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-12012 and 935 CMR 500-12014. Thank you.
Thank you. So subject to that condition, Commissioner Roy, I seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Mota 420, number MCN 283717, again, subject to those conditions. Will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
I will take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license for Mota 420 cultivation tier 1 is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Again, Mota 420 product manufacturing, Commissioner Roy does have a condition.
From Mota 420 LLC Product Manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139.
Thank you. So subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Margot, will you make a motion to approve the provisional license for Mota 420, number MPN 282240? Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect the provisional license for Mota 420 product manufacturing passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Tower 3.
Yep, the applicant here is Tower 3 LLC. The proposed location is 30 Sherwood Street, located in Taunton, Mass. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and they received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Any questions or additional comments for the staff? Hearing none, I will move to Commissioner Roy, who does have a condition.
For Tower 3 LLC Product Manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-135K and 935 CMR 500-139. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins, you also have a condition?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review diversity plan, specifically program number 2, and consider any strategy to engage women business enterprises, LGBT business enterprises, and disability-owned business enterprises to accomplish goals in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C 8K and provide any update to the CCC licensing division.
Thank you. So subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Roy and Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license of Tower 3, number MPN 281783.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I'll take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license for Tower 3 product manufacturing passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to Tradesman Exchange.
The applicant here is Tradesman Exchange LLC. The proposed location is 800 Falmouth Road, located in Mashpee, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments for the staff? If not, I will ask Commissioner Roy to articulate her condition.
For Tradesman Exchange LLC marijuana delivery operator, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146.5. A delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational material available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the commission with a copy of your consumer education. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license of Tradesman Exchange, number MDA 1316, subject to the conditions that you have articulated. Will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I will take the roll call. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect Tradesman Exchange provisional license is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving finally to Jolo Can.
Yep. The applicant here is Jolocan LLC. The proposed location is 80 Eastern Avenue, located in Chelsea, Massachusetts. They're seeking a medical marijuana treatment center license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners have any questions or comments for the staff? Seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to approve the provisional license for Jolo Can, number RMDA 3737.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion, will you second that motion?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The provisional license for Jolo Can is approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Now on to final licenses. Okay, so we will take those as a group. But let me just see how we're going to do. Yeah, you have conditions. Yeah.
Co-sponsor.
Yes, yeah. So, so why don't, so we're going to take this as a group, but I think you can articulate the conditions, but we don't have to. Do I need to, with the ones with conditions, should I pull those out for a separate vote? Okay, so I will, unless the staff has any questions or comments about any of these final licenses. I will entertain a motion to approve licenses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14.
No, 3. Did you say 3?
I didn't, I did say 3.
Yeah, no, 3.
Wait, what? No, I'm gonna, all right, how about this? I'll do it in the opposite. I will entertain it, all right, I will ask you to articulate the conditions and then I'll make this easy, okay? Please articulate the co-sponsored conditions for number 2, 140 Industrial Road, and number 11, LC Square.
So I don't have one for 140 Industrial Road. I have one for 15 Arch.
Oh, okay, I have that written down
I
here.
have 15 Arch and L.
So that's what the problem is. It was, okay, so take that back. The co-sponsored condition, yes, I'm sorry, I'm looking at.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm,
Can
sure.
you cut- I know you said you guys might have done this last meeting, but the co-sponsor condition, that just means it's your condition and somebody else's condition, right?
We're just sponsoring
Okay,
it together.
all right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's like the first time I hear it.
Yeah.
Last meeting. Thank you.
So again, I just have it, I made a mistake on here. So I will restate this. So I will be asking for the conditions for 15 Arch, which is number 3
Yes.
on our list, and LC Square, which is number 11 on our list. So if you could articulate those conditions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
For 15 Arch LLC DBA High Ledges Cannabis Cultivation Tier 1. Prior to receiving commence operations in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-1R. Please present to the Commission your written operating policies and procedures to promote workplace safety consistent with the standards set forth under Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, 29 USC Section 651. Et sec, in addition, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-105-9D 4B, under Personnel Policy and Procedures, please also present to the Commission your employee whistleblower policy.
Thank you. So I will take number 3, 15 Arch, number 11, LC Square. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the final licenses for those 2 licensees.
And it's the same condition.
And with subject to both of those conditions, yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
so moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Okay, so subject to the conditions outlined by Commissioner Roy, submitted by Commissioner Roy and myself, we will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Did I cover that right? I got that. Okay. And so now we will vote on the final licenses for the remaining. Number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14. Commissioner Camargo, I will entertain a motion to approve the final licenses of those licensees.
So moved.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Second.
hearing it moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that those remaining final licenses are approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Have I confused anybody? You look confused. Did I mess up?
I'm a little confused, but I'm gonna wait to bring it up.
But no, can you raise your hand?
With the whistleblower condition,
Mhm.
can we talk about that a little bit in terms of like, I'm looking at Sean.
See that.
Just because I know, can you explain to us, because I know it's a condition, but it's also part of our, I want to know the operation piece for operators when they're turning in all their paperwork. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could you restate the question? I didn't get your question.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I can try. So
You want to know how we came up with these 2? Or out of a list of 14?
I think I know how.
Okay,
I just want to hear the operational piece
sure.
behind, but no, I do, and I understand why, totally.
Yep.
Totally.
Well, I want to make sure I answer the question. So the operational piece, so every licensee, regardless of their license type, regardless of their status, it's a required SOP for every licensee to have both a workplace safety as well as a whistleblower policy. So that is true upon initial application to this agency. So the condition ultimately is, as I interpret it, restates that requirement and, but also seeks the entity to submit it to the agency. So,
Don't they already submit it?
It wasn't in their SOP. It was silent.
And some of them may have it, some of them may just not list it, but I think part of the point that we're trying to make here, in the absence of being able to potentially include this in responsible vendor training so that every, agent has this training and understands what the rights and responsibilities are, we're just trying to, I think.
So Commissioner, Roy, you're asking them to just, if you don't see it in their SOP, because again, some of them may not write it because they've already turned it in to us on the back end, because it's part of their beginning process.
it's required SOP.
It's a required SOP. So what you're looking for is that, what we're saying to licensees is like, hey, can you restate that you have this?
We're just not seeing it in
We're
the
not
package.
seeing it in the SOP under the personnel. It's silent, like. So
Why are
we
we
have
not seeing it?
14, 12 of them had it listed, 2 did not.
Okay.
And those were the 2 that we identified.
Hence
I hear what
my
you're
opposition to creativity.
Well, you're saying that if it's a requirement, it should be there, period.
Right, it's-
What?
Yeah, it's already there, but it
Right.
sounds like the condition is just sort of rechecking that it's visible for us as commissioners to sort of see, to understand that it's there.
Other licensees, and I think that the conversation that Commissioner Roy and I have had, obviously sort of focusing more on cultivation and manufacturing, where there may be a heightened risk, of any potential exposure. I mean, basically, retail folks are likely going to be protected from
Got
any
it.
potential, because everything's kind of wrapped
Yep.
generally.
Yep.
But anyway, this is, as we know, this is a bigger conversation about employee safety.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
especially, not only, the question of cannabis dust, what is that?
Yep.
But also with the new ability to be able to use pesticides, what does that expose additional? So in the fact that we need to be doing a better job working with OSHA. And again, I want to once again point out that our staff has been doing a very good job working with local regional OSHA representatives to, close the gap in sort of responsibility and tracking of potential, workplace locations. But this is, I think, sending a message as much as anything is that we want all of these licensees to be focused on that.
No, that's helpful. I'm with you. I'm 100% there. I just want to make sure, because I think sometimes, from the last time when you guys put it on, I think last month to now, I think some folks, because I've heard it, and I myself, that's why I looked a little confused to really understand what it meant, because it's not a new policy. We've had it. They have to submit this in the beginning. What folks kind of don't see in the in-between is what we don't see, right? So we're reviewing all these applications and we're not seeing something. So commissioners, you all have sort of brought some sunshine to the policy, but they do submit it in the beginning because it's part of requirement. So I just wanted to make that clear for educational purposes. I kind of got confused myself too, so thank you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I have a question actually to that, to Mr. Executive Director. So where in Mass, so we look under the personnel policies, would it be under any other area in Mass CIP that commissioners could find it? Another area? Is it in 2 areas?
It could be somewhere in the application of intent and management and operation profiles is all of your required
Wait,
SOPs.
can you repeat that, please? The
Probably be in the management and operation profile of the application. So if we break up the application into 3 parts, application of intent is more of a description of who are you, where are you? Management and operation profile is what are you? Are you going to be manufacturing products, cultivation, et cetera? Then obviously the last part is the background check. So that's more the kind of sacred confidential information we would
Which
preserve.
was all encompassing in the personnel, so like it has
So
all of those.
More often than not, you're going to find the personnel stuff in the management and operation profile.
Yeah,
So it would be and as they submit information to the commission, it sometimes policies can be kind of merged under,
so it can populate in different areas.
or it depends on how they label their SOPs as well. So as we sift through them, if something's missing, we would issue an RFI and go get it. So it might be also an iterative application process that has kind of layers to it. At the same time, I think there's a number of SOPs that entities should have that may not be articulated in the regulations. That's going to be, what I envision, what our investigators do when they go in the field is show me your SOPs. And there should be a binder somewhere. Folks should be trained on those SOPs. And to be clear too, and Madam Chair, you touched on it as far as anybody could be a whistleblower on any number of things. it doesn't just have to be an OSHA-related whistleblower. And so I think your condition ultimately identifies areas where it is workplace safety as far as the physical safety of that location, that entity, that environment. But any whistleblower could be, as I've said in previous meetings and recent meetings, if there's something that is going on inside that facility, whether it be hidden ownership or those operational things that are of concern, if it is of concern, raise it to us and trust that someone from this agency will inquire. To be clear to the public too, that does not mean you may not see us show up the next day with a team of folks. Instead, it could be we're looking for like an RFI, that investigation may not be visible to the public as far as you typically think of not an SOP, of an investigation as people with windbreakers going into a facility. That is not what we do necessarily. So just wanted to be clear that you may not see that activity, but understand that it does happen. Those inquiries do get made, and also expect that there might be someone from our team reaching out to interview you to get more information. So that's in the whistleblower context especially.
We talked about a build out here to provide a hotline or a line, and I think that's being efforted and.
It is.
Yep. Awesome.
Thank you so much. I think we put conditions sometimes and we all have our own areas and how we're looking at stuff. So I think it's very good for the public, but also these conditions mean a lot to these licensees, and for them to understand it and the public to understand that this is not something new. This is something that has been required of people. And we're just sort of double checking now.
We don't have windbreakers either, just to be clear.
I took the roll call. We have.
You're good.
The roll. Okay, good. All right. I don't have my check here. Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to renewals. Can I just one question, please?
We're done with final licenses. And speaking of final licenses, I think all of us commissioners, Stebbins, Roy, Shen, O'Brien, Concepcion, I said commissioner one time, so I just have to say your last names. I know we all get phone calls, we meet people in public, we get emails, final licenses. I just want to take a moment to reflect on final licenses. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for the industry. It's a big deal for the folks who are trying to get these final licenses in terms of getting money, whether you're, a MSO or a mom and pop shop or SCP or economic empowerment. It is really, this industry is complicated. It's heavy on compliance, as we all know. And I just want to celebrate final licenses because in going through this package this weekend, I realized that this is the final hurdle before people open their doors. And it's taken some people 2 years, a year, 6 months, 8 months to kind of just get here. So I wanted to just reflect on that for a minute, but also thank our team and our staff that get us to final licenses. There's people who have 6, 7, 8, 9 RFIs, right? From provisional license to the moment they're going to get their final licenses. Every RFI stops the process, or not, let me not say stops or delays, but it takes a little while, right? For these licensees to get the information, to kind of get there, to get back to our team. And, I've heard recently, and I've emailed Sean, and I've CC'd supervisors, but I've heard so many great comments about our investigators. And it's funny enough, I actually met an investigator in the parking lot today, Roy, who someone just said to me, Commissioner, I really appreciate the work that he's done and how he shows up. But I want to say that because it takes a lot of work behind the scenes to put these things together and move it forward. So I also, Sean, if you can indulge us for a few minutes, tell us and re-educate us on what happens after you get a final license approved here today. And then what happens, because I get phone calls, emails, I think like everybody else, I got my final license. It's a big deal. Can I open my doors, right? So there's a process. Can you just kind of take 2 minutes to kind of just tell us a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
So largely what comes alongside that is the ability to possess cannabis. So congratulations, you can now introduce inventory to your license. So by this point, folks should be well equipped in metric, registered, gone through the required metric trainings. And also there's a number of things, and folks tend to sequence this at their pace. Once you get a license, you can actually start introducing, your principals become agents, et cetera. But you may start hiring, you may start building out your staff, you may start anticipating, doing some of those trainings. There's 2 things that we generally check for compliance. One is that competency in metric? Can we see inventory and can we reconcile that inventory with what we're seeing? And so let's use retail as an example, because those are the ones that we most typically see. Do you have your inventory inside of metric? Can we see that inventory? Does that inventory that we see in metric reconcile with the physical inventory of that facility? Are your agents registered properly? And then when we go and do an on-site inspection for that purpose, knowing that we do not conduct the background check on agents, the entity is responsible for doing that. We would spot, audit, and check that to ensure that a query has been run on those individuals. And again, that's just to meet the suitability tables. So those are typically the two things that we see most often. There's any number of other things that could come up in between a final license, but that's again, inventory tends to be it. And again, introducing that inventory to your license. That requires an inspection. So there's two critical inspections that folks typically experience. One is the post-provisional license, which would be a precursor to a final license. And one is a post-final license inspection. That report then gets submitted to me. I hear often, so I'm glad you brought this up, from folks that say, I was inspected yesterday, where's my commence operations? And I was told it was on your desk. It may not be. First off, that report must be written, it must be evaluated or reviewed, and go up the sort of the chain of command, so to speak, to get to my desk. It doesn't take more than a couple of days. At the same time, it's not immediate. It's not a snap your fingers. And if I had $1 or a nickel for every time something was on my desk, I would be a very wealthy man. At the same time, it shouldn't be overly burdensome. One question I do get often too from the public and operators is once I execute a commence operations, we notify the entity, the community, and the public that a commence operations has been granted. That then generates a 3 calendar day or a 72-hour window that someone has to open. They must notify us and they're allowed to open within 3 days. A lot of questions I get is why? Why is that a 3-day? Why that 3-day rule? What's up with that? What's the purpose? I can tell you the origins of that was the first 2 stores that opened were Netta and Cultivate, so Northampton, excuse me, and Leicester. Both of those facilities were existing medical operators. The last thing I wanted, and this agency wanted, I don't want to be possessive of this, the last thing this agency wanted was a medical patient waiting in line alongside a small army of adult use consumers. So the objective was, if you are a patient that relies upon either one of those facilities, you've got 3 days. Get to that facility, secure your medicine, and if you want to, avoid the what could be chaotic first opening days. That has been preserved to allow folks to actually have that time to announce to the community, to make any accommodations that may be necessary, to again, just give folks notice that this is coming. Is that 3-day requirement still relevant? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. We're 5 years into this now, but I do think it's important that communities have noticed that a facility is about to open and that folks have a chance to get their ducks in a row. But again, I've gotten a lot of questions and feedback on the 3 days. It ranges from why do you have that, and also all the way to the end of the spectrum of that's stupid. Again, there was purpose behind it. There was an absolute intent behind it. Again, does that require today? It's worth evaluating, but that's kind of the context there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And thank you for the time to just kind of have the conversation, because I think sometimes folks are so confused about the process, and then it ends up in sort of like what Commissioner Stebbins says, sort of our complaint box. I also want to just say really quickly to all of us as commissioners, something that I've been doing lately is we get tons of complaints. There's no lie about that. There's tons of them. They're 2-3 pages full sometimes, right? And we all get different folks and people, but there's also good kudos and congratulations on some of our team and our staff. And one of the things that I've been doing lately is when I hear that, I'll email the supervisor, I'll email the person they're talking about, and I'll CC Sean. Because I feel like sometimes, there's so much going on in this place that, we hear a lot of the negativity, but I think it's nice to start hearing the positive stuff, because people are getting to final licenses by hook or by crook. They're getting there. But I just wanted to say that and share it, because it's a big moment. So thank you, Sean, for that.
Okay, thank you. So appreciate that. Any other comments? So what I'm going to do, just because we do have one recusal, I'm going to, I will entertain a motion to approve the renewals of numbers 1 through 48. Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the recommendation to renew items 1 through 48.
So
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Hearing the motion and the second, take the call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect that items 1 through 48 have been approved, 5 in favor, none opposed. Then I will go to, I'll go to end it and then I'll do the last thing so you don't have to print it out. So again, we will be taking up questions, licensees 51 through 60. And Commissioner Stebbins has a commission on renewal for the Hedico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My proposed condition for the Hedico MCR 140-433 is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal, contact CCC Licensing Division for an update to identify any goals for hiring veterans, residents with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ people under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B.
Okay, what I'm going to do just to make sure we're not mixing anything up. So I'm going to take a roll call subject to your condition just of Hedico.
Sure.
So would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, would you like to second that motion?
second.
Hearing motion and second, I will take a call of the roll for number 53, subject to those conditions. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. Now, Commissioner Roy will recuse from numbers 49 and 50. And I want to take a special moment to thank Grace O'Day for helping me figure all this stuff out, who's in, who's out. So thank you, Grace. I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Concepcion, to approve the renewal of numbers 49 and 50 resonate.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that motion?
Second.
Hearing it moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 49 and 50 is renewed. Commissioner Roy, we're happy to have you back. Thank you. And again, I will entertain a motion to approve the renewals of numbers 51, 52, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, and 64. Commissioner Roy, since you're out of breath, would you like to make a motion to approve those renewals?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Second.
I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The remaining renewals are approved, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we move on to staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals.
Commissioners, so we have one staff recommendation under this category today. The certified RVT here is 420 Trainers LLC. They're seeking to renew and be approved for another 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently provide in-person and virtual training environments, and over the past 2 years, they provided instruction for 474 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the staff? Hearing none. Commissioner Concepcion, I will entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation on the responsible vendor training renewal for 420 trainers, number RVR 453131.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, will you second that?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record reflect. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. So we are nearing the 1 o'clock hour, conscious of all of our human needs. So do we want to take a half-hour break for lunch and we can come back? So let's say we come back at 1:30. That'll give everybody everybody time to pick up their lunches and everything? Okay, so Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to recess until 1:30.
So
Commissioner Stebbins, will you second that?
Second.
Call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Stebbins votes
Aye.
aye.
I thought you were doing that for me.
The chair votes aye, 5 in favor, none opposed. We're gonna get lunch. Sorry,
1:30.
1:30. Thank you. Thank you. After this lunch break, we will now be moving on to commission discussion and votes. And we will start with the discussion on standards laboratories.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Ward.
for approving today's discussion around standards labs. Before we begin, I would like to also thank Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Yao Gibi, Director of Licensing, Kyle Potman, Director of Testing, James Kosis, for meeting with me to answer my questions prior to today's public meeting as we discuss this very important topic. I also want to highlight the work currently being done by the CCC to ensure all cannabis products in Massachusetts, both medical and adult use, are stringently tested for heavy metals, residual solvents, microbials, mycotoxins, and pesticides. The work of the CCC also includes, but is not limited to, regular independent testing laboratory inspections and audits, a secretly deployed secret shopper program, metric tracking of all products from seed to sale, a manual review of all metric tickets generated, including in-house analysis and review of certificates of analysis, and follow up on all outstanding testing and/or compliance issues that may arise. It is important to also note that our laboratory testing team, under the direction of investigations and enforcement, is also expanding. Our Director of Testing, James Kosis, am I saying that right? Okay. Testing Manager, Genevieve Hall, will soon be joined by 4 laboratory testing analysts, which will provide for increased lab inspections of our independent testing labs. As questions continue to arise, nationwide, I might add, around inflated THC potency, accurate or inaccurate total active cannabinoid or TAC counts, lab shopping, and pass failure rates, today, I want to take this time to discuss with my fellow commissioners the need for, as well as the current existing pathway or possibility of a cannabis standards laboratory in Massachusetts. If we could have the slides up. I first want to look at our current regulatory scheme around standards labs. 935 CMR 557D, the definition of a standards laboratory. A laboratory meeting the requirements of the independent testing laboratory may be licensed as a standards laboratory to ensure consistent and compliant testing by the independent testing laboratories. An independent testing laboratory may not serve as a standards laboratory. On request by the Commission, a standards laboratory shall test samples of marijuana products in a time and manner to be determined by the Commission. Testing shall be performed in a manner determined by the Commission so as not to reveal to the laboratory the source of the marijuana products. The standards laboratory shall submit the results of testing to the Commission for review. The standards laboratory shall retain the marijuana products tested pursuant to 935 CMR 557D1 until directed to transfer or dispose of them by the Commission. Any disposal shall take place in compliance with 935 CMR 500-105-12. Next slide, please. As we go through the license types, if you go to number 5, you'll see that it is an existing license type. You'll see independent testing laboratory and standards laboratory. Executive Director, Mr. Executive Director, I asked you to put a pin in that slide. Do you know where I'm going with that?
The number is 0.
Yes. So, but we include all the license types, and we have 0 cooperative farmers, craft cooperatives as 0. So I'm wondering if we can add standards lab to that slide.
Yeah, I think the reason that craft cooperatives there is we have applications.
We have in the queue, yes.
So, yeah. But we can add that as a
visual.
As a visual.
As a visual. Some might not know it's an existing license type. Next slide, please. Discussion on standards laboratories. So I met with Chief Gibi and Director Kosis around this and asked them for their feedback around standards laboratories. So I'm conveying that here. A standards laboratory is one of the many options the Commission may use to ensure results produced by independent testing laboratories, otherwise known as ITLs. and that they are consistent and compliant. A standards laboratory has the same general requirements, control limitations, and licensure as an ITL. However, ITLs are not permitted to be licensed as standards laboratories. The key difference between these licenses is that a standards laboratory is in essence a reference laboratory, which the Commission may use to examine cannabis and cannabis products when necessary. Standards laboratories could also assist the Commission with further development of methods of sampling and analysis of cannabis as issued by the United States Pharmacopeia Convention when applicable. Next slide, please. Other states have begun the process or already have what they call a reference lab, and that is a standards lab is a unique colloquial term in Massachusetts. Is that correct? So they're referred to as reference labs in other states. So what I'm proposing today is a discussion with my fellow commissioners around the concept of a standards lab in cannabis standards lab in Massachusetts. I also propose that we examine other states, California, Michigan, Maryland. I believe Executive Director Collins has also had conversations with Michigan, Missouri, and Oregon. And if I am correct, Michigan is pursuing a budget to construct a reference lab. Missouri is pivoting now to build out a reference lab, and Oregon is in the process of a build out of a reference lab as well. I'd like to discuss a pathway to entry for standards labs and just kind of open it up to the group of any thoughts around. And may I add that this problem, as I said in my opening comments, is not unique to Massachusetts. This issue is a nationwide issue. If you read other states that are more mature cannabis states, it is definitely, you hear about inflated THC, inflated potency, lab shopping, manipulated test results. You hear that this theme nationwide. I want to discuss it as a possibility or a pathway, what we could envision. In my own capacity, I am in favor of a standards lab in Massachusetts. So that we're not self-policing or labs are not we have a $4 billion industry where there's no independent judge, if you will. So I just want to open it up to the group and get your thoughts around thoughts of a standards lab.
Could we ask the executive director to maybe give us a little bit of a thumbnail if it is sort of thinking around this so we can benefit from that? Does that make sense to everybody? Definitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, too. Thanks for raising this. To your point, this is a live conversation across the country around the needs for standards labs. And again, I think to Commissioner Roy's point, I'll use interchangeably reference lab and standards lab. It's really it's the same concept. And there is no rhyme, reason, or rationale as to why we call it a standards lab. It's really just back to the origins of our agency. And so credit to the previous commissioners, especially former Commissioner Kay Doyle. This was something that was near and dear to her as well. And there's a need. Absolutely, there was a need historically. There continues to be a need. And I think there's a number of reasons why a reference lab or a standards lab would be of utility in a durable way. Certainly in a compliance effort to conduct blind sampling and really leverage that opportunity. Is there a sufficient need today for it to be a private business? I don't know. Obviously, I think if folks are looking to build out a lab in Massachusetts, the viable business is to be an independent testing lab serving the industry. They may not look at us as a singular client and think I'm gonna make the millions of dollars back required. So I think that's probably why we haven't seen the private side step forward and serve as a reference lab.
In terms of the independent testing labs and in terms of what is the cost? You know what I mean? What's the business plan for something like this?
Millions plural.
I'm just saying
So the build out's going to be in like probably a conservatively 2 million, probably closer to the 3 to 4 million range to build. And then you've got your ongoing operational cost, which depending on it's an expensive workforce. Obviously the equipment itself is is expensive to acquire, but then also expensive to maintain, replace. So you're probably looking well over $1 million annually.
But in terms, and I'm sorry, but in terms of, I'm sort of looking at, different private entities that may or may not want to do something like this.
Sure.
Is this more or less of an outlay than would be required by an independent testing lab? And it's
Same.
it'd be the same.
Yeah.
And what would be the sort of, the kind of profit profile? I mean, I don't know, I could probably take a guess at what maybe a retailer, might be able to generate in revenues. And obviously those numbers are changing and business plans are blowing up because of the decreasing
That's right,
cost of
yeah.
cannabis. But, in terms of, the kinds of revenue that some of these independent testing labs do now, do you have a guesstimate as to what something like that is?
I don't. I'd be hesitant to give you a number just because I'm sure it would be wrong.
Yeah.
That said, I think what you're seeing in our market today is, and the number's going to vary as far as build out too, because you're looking to scale. And so a lot of it's going to be duplication. How much throughput can you put through a lab? So if you've got, one set of equipment necessary, that's going to limit your ability to test volume. Whereas if you can duplicate that into more of a supply chain, then you can get more throughput and you can obviously scale that faster. What you're seeing now, though, is we've got 13 independent testing labs in the Commonwealth. 12 with one with a final license. That's now scaling across the entire industry. So there's more competition. And so if you built out 2 years ago, you're thinking, what's my universe of competition?
Mm-hmm.
One, your price point's going to affect that, but your price point's also going to, for the testing,
Yeah.
your price point's going to be affected by your volume. And now what your competition is, which is why there's a few other things that a reference lab I think can bring a lot of utility to a marketplace. One is that blind sampling and also our ability to ensure compliance across the labs themselves, knowing that we are the regulator of labs. To Commissioner Roy's presentation, a standards lab would have to meet all the ISO accreditation required that an independent testing lab would be. That accreditation process is, it can be expensive, it can be time consuming. And it's required. And so I think finding a lab with that in place, an academic lab honestly makes the most sense. But there's many reasons, as we've talked about, why some entities, there's a reluctance to touch cannabis. Some of it obviously is the access to federal grants, federally backed student loans. And we've had conversations in my tenure with the UMass system, with other, universities, other, academic settings, and there is that reluctance. And for my risk tolerance,
Colleges, because I've seen they're not as reluctant. They don't get the same kind of research, generally investments from,
Yeah.
the federal government.
and then it's going to come down to the lab capabilities there. Are they ISO accredited and they'd have to be ISO accredited for a number of things, including process and so that exercise, again, if they're not accredited yet, could become a hurdle. But it's not an insurmountable hurdle, but it's a hurdle nonetheless. The other area where I think we could certainly benefit from the use and access to a reference lab is a methodology. There's a lot of debate, and this is true across the country. It's true in Massachusetts. It was true at the inception of this agency and prior to, around testing methodology. Specifically, an example I'll use is microbials. There's two really, I don't want to say accepted, but there's two generally used methods. One is PCR, the other is plating. And how I've always described it is one method can tell you if something's living there, the other can tell you what's living there. So both have utility. It's a matter of settling the debate, so to speak. Early on in our history, we had two testing labs, both use different methodologies. So
This may be a dumb question, but if something can tell you what's living there, isn't that sort of de facto they're telling you something's living there?
you have to know what you're looking for. And you have to say, I'm looking for this. Is it living there?
Okay, thank you.
So aspergillus, exactly.
Question, good answer.
It's not a dumb question at all. But that's part of the challenge. And so maybe those two testing methodologies can be used in concert with one another. Is something living there? Okay, what? But I think, full confession, I've never been smart enough to settle that debate. So now as we build out our agencies, we bring in that expertise in-house. It's an important development for us, where we have a staff that are equipped to engage in that debate, participate in that debate, and hopefully help us settle that debate. But it was also not lost on me that making a decision at that point would have meant that one of our testing labs needs to get reconfigured, go through an accreditation process, and obviously, therefore, there'd be downtime at a time where we were looking to get inventory.
Meaning if one of the existing labs decided they wanted to do this and make a transition, that's what.
Or if we said, so other states, for instance, some states have specifically dictated the methodology to be used. So they've said you may only use plating, you may not use PCR. We've not made that determination as an agency through policy, but part of the rationale was concern, lack of expertise here, and again, not wanting to have one of our labs offline for any period of time, knowing how crucial they both were to the supply chain overall. That's generally, I think, how I would see standards labs functioning practically in our model. Commissioner Roy referenced that I've spoken to a number of states, that this is an issue across the country that I've been actively engaging, and I've been soliciting feedback from other jurisdictions around what are the models? How does a reference lab come to be? And states have taken different cracks at it. Some states do have valuable and meaningful partnerships with their higher ed systems. That's wonderful.
What states do that? Higher ed or?
Yeah,
California
like
does it.
California,
Yeah, but I'm
Washington,
saying-
Colorado have,
Same problems that we have with testing at UMass. Aren't they having problems with that?
they do. Some of it stems from, so when I say meaningful relationships as well, we have a meaningful relationship with UMass now for research purposes, et cetera. So we have that relationship
Right.
where, and I appreciate that we've engaged this conversation. And to be clear, do not want anyone to interpret this as pointing a finger at UMass or disclaiming that, UMass is not available to us. It's a matter of extending or expanding their comfort level with that
But
plant
it's
touching
the
activity.
activities that they can host on campus. It's
That's
not that we're not
correct.
engaging them, it's what they
Yep.
can actually do when they're more limited.
So that's one avenue, the academic side. The other is obviously the private side, where it functions like a vendor relationship. Where that's, again, where I think the practical challenge for us is, I don't think the contract would be valuable enough to meet the demand or the requirements to build out such a facility. Unless, of course, we really expanded, and for what purpose, I'm not sure, our compliance activity, where it became just a voluminous, like, throughput of test this. It just, I don't think it practically works out. Where it could have been incredibly helpful, though, this is a history lesson for us, was the EVALI crisis. We ended up engaging our licensed laboratories in the same vein that we would have a reference lab, by saying to them, we don't know where to begin with this. How do you test a vape cartridge? Tell us, teach us, talk to us. And so we engaged them it was uncomfortable. And the reason I say it's uncomfortable is because we were their regulator while being their client, because we insisted we're paying for these tests. And we went and scooped up a lot of vape cartridges that were in our supply chain in that moment. We quarantined the remainder and we sent it out for lab samples. But we were paying for lab samples to licensees in this industry. And so we were a client, a paying client, but also their regulator. And then we also asked the question to them in that moment, how should we be testing these things? And obviously they've got a business incentive to that. So again, we had to not discredit, but discount that of, this is your best advice, thank you for that. At the same time, we know that you have a vested interest in testing more things. But one of the things that we did is a change that we made, all of the solution that would be then incorporated into a vape cartridge, prior to the EVALI crisis, we only required that solution, that the liquid be tested and then introduced to the cartridge. So it was tested prior to. Now we test it once in the cartridge. But how do you extract from that cartridge without introducing contaminants? And so that methodology had to get settled. And it was not universal. And so again, we relied on our testing labs. That's the job of a reference lab. A reference lab ought to be doing that determination and then dictating that methodology to all of your labs across the Commonwealth.
I can just restate, I don't mean to keep, monopolizing, but, and this is why I was asking sort of the cost and everything. Do you think that there is a business model for an independent testing lab to be established here in Mount? We have the
reference lab.
yeah. Yes, yeah, the reference lab, sorry. Is there a business model? That's what I'm hearing you say. I don't think there is.
Not as a standalone. As a private matter, not as a standalone. What else would they be testing?
Yeah.
What other would we allow for them? For instance, you are our standards lab. You are not testing any other cannabis. but you might be testing. So there might be an opportunity for private labs that test other things in a commercial way to serve as a standards lab. There might be something unique there. The jurisdictions I've spoken to that have gone through the vendor avenue have generally, and this is a broad statement that I'm not assigning to any one state, have abandoned that as not being viable or effective. Instead, what they've done is they've chosen two pathways. One is oftentimes a dead end, which is that higher ed route, or they build their own. And they build their own to the tune, though, of millions of dollars of taxpayer investment. But then you own it, you build it, you maintain it. And so it becomes an operating expense that would be borne by that agency or that jurisdiction. Sometimes it's done in partnership with other agencies. So like in Massachusetts, the equivalent of a DPH or, the crime lab, MDAR. So there might be an opportunity there. But again, it's not without expense. So.
But I feel that at the end of the day, consumer and patient confidence needs to be had around potency testing, defining total THC, TAC counts. Consumers and patients need to know that what they're seeing on the label is a patient who needs the efficacy of pain relief.
Sure.
Needs to know that that label is accurate to help alleviate whatever they may be experiencing. And I think it's worth pursuing a multi-agency partnership or having our own standards lab. And I know there's a cost associated with it, but at the end of the day, this is what sets us apart from having accurately tested products from the legacy market. And we need to let folks know that there's accuracy here. And right now, there's no independent body. It's like self-policing, if you will. There's no independent body that oversees this. So in my individual capacity, and I extend an invitation to universities or, like California partners with the University of California, San Diego. So it's being done.
But I think we need to dig deeper into how they do it, because we know that there are some limitations because of federal, prohibition at UMass. We also know that the community colleges don't necessarily have those same involvements, entanglements with sort of federal research dollars, it seems to me that maybe partnering with an MDAR, because we know that there are some limitations that they face, with an MDAR, crime lab, I don't know, but it feels like that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to make a comment, Commissioner?
When you're done,
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna piggyback. Okay.
Uh,
First of all, I love that you said entanglement. It just made me laugh a little bit. Commissioner Roy, thank you for bringing this up and to the conversation. I know it's just a discussion.
That's right.
Obviously, I have so many questions, right? Like who police the police, right? So, and sort of like ignorant questions that I have in terms of just understanding this. Obviously, I try to do as much homework as I could the last few days, knowing that this was on the agenda. But I'm just, Chairwoman, you asked earlier the budget, my questions are like budget, timeline. Also, who else uses these labs, right? Is it, right? Those are some of the questions that I have. And also, how does this operationally work with other labs that licensees have to send their stuff over to labs, get it tested, wait before they sell it? Is this like
Are you saying, does this add an additional?
does this add an additional, not delay, but, because it's not a delay, it's safety precautions, right? But does that add a different layer? How does that work operationally? So a lot of questions, but I'm glad that we're at least having a discussion to start thinking about it. And also I'm thinking about social consumption. We talk about, we're nowhere close yet, but we're talking about the industry in terms of like possible, we have infused beverages, right? Infused food. What does that look like? So I'm thinking in terms of that too. What does that look like for, for the licenses that we have? So I have a lot of questions, but I'm just grateful that we're having the conversation.
Do you want to raise,
Chairwoman, I'm sorry, before, I don't know if you have any answer or comments to some of that.
Yeah, and I think dangerously, I'm brainstorming, and so I won't verbalize the brainstorm because I'm fearful that it's a terrible idea, but well, there may be ways to make the reference lab business, like the private aspect of that, more viable. There's also ways, I think, to demonstrate, because the other thing is, even if the Commonwealth were to invest resources into creating a standards or a reference lab, we'd still want to make sure that that lab is busy, that we're not building something that is then just a sort of a compliance tool, but instead there's throughput. And so one of the things I'm thinking through, and Commissioner Roy, you kind of triggered a thought, and Commissioner Camargo, you're actually, all three commissioners have spoken on this, have kind of triggered thoughts for me that I've jotted down. On the THC and TAC, I think that's absolutely a critical aspect to clarify, and that's methodology again. It's the, what is the dry weight, and how do you calculate that? I frankly think patients and consumers, I hope that as they educate themselves, they're focusing on things like TAC, because there is far more complexity to this plant than THC potency. To develop and acquire a well-balanced product, but especially in the flower context, making sure that you're mindful of other cannabinoids that are present there, be it CBD, CBN, CBG, THCV. There's so much other things going on with this plant that TAC is a valuable metric to assess, and making sure that it's accurate, though, to the Commissioner Roy's point. One thing I don't want anyone in the public, especially folks that might be watching this meeting, to conclude is that we're not doing something. What I demonstrate to you, what I explained to you in the context of eValley is, when in the absence of a reference or standards lab, we are required, therefore, to be creative. But that creativity is in pursuit and protection of public health, safety, and welfare. We are not sitting on our hands doing nothing. And so, again, to use eValley as the context, we knew we had to test that product. It was why I was comfortable saying to our team and to the industry, I'm going to use our testing labs. I have no other choice. I have to test this inventory. When it comes now to things like potency, inflation, when it comes to the mislabeling of products potentially, we have contracts with our testing labs. So for anyone that's out there thinking that we're not doing anything, please do not leave with that conclusion. It is an awkward place for us as a regulator to be, but I'd rather be safe than awkward, I guess. I'm okay being awkward.
You'd rather be awkward and safe.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to catch my words here. A few things that I think could be helpful in the context of a lab that might not be comfortable touching cannabis, and this pertains specifically to methodology. Hemp is legal federally. That is a new development since the creation of this agency. So when folks may have been uncomfortable testing cannabis or touching the plant, so to speak, you can largely, hemp and cannabis are different purely from a legal standpoint. It's not a botanical difference. It's the same parent, it's the same plant, genomes. Someone's definitely going to end up in my inbox correcting that language, and I'm sorry to offend. But it's a legal definition. That's all that it is. So there might be an opportunity to look at things like the PCR versus plating, to look at what methodology should be used for testing certain edibles or concentrates, using hemp as the medium for that. Because really what we're looking for is how should we test it, not what should that test produce. So that may then translate to, this is our directive and how you may test. The other thing I'm thinking of, and this is the part that could get me in trouble, but I'm brainstorming. We've talked a lot as an agency about, what do you do when something needs to be retested? What do you do when there's remediation? How do you test for things? If right now we allow licensees to choose the labs, perhaps on retest, I'm thinking this is business viability. If you want to retest, that's fine, but it's going to the reference lab. Now there's a viability from a business standpoint. That's the business plan. So again, I'm sure that's someone's head is exploding somewhere out in the universe right now, but I think
our heads are exploding.
I mentioned earlier that vulnerability, being willing to throw things on the table. I just threw that on the table as, if I were building out a business and I knew that was a possibility, and I'll be honest, we have a good volume of retesting that goes on in this industry, might be viable. And it also gives you that honest, and again, the integrity of that test. If it's the reference lab, their client is the Commonwealth in that instance.
You know what might be an interesting exercise is almost I don't know if this would work, but maybe bringing together, folks from the independent testing laboratory and asking them to help write a business plan. Do you know what I mean? What would it look like? Because I think everyone has a vested interest in doing it. And I'm not asking them to like do like, PowerPoints, but really sort of help us consider what that business model would be. Because then it begs, the question, do we do an RFP for something like this? Do we just, but unless there's some work that goes into it, it's a little bit like, the drivers, you know what I mean? Does the business plan work? Maybe not.
Right.
And so, if there's anything that we can do to understand through regulation or guidance, like your off the top idea, that then helps create that opportunity to think about a business plan, then maybe you get someone that fits the bill. I don't know.
How does this, like, taking a big step back, how does this work? I always ask the operational question. Because, ideas are great, but how does it work operationally? Like what does this look like for the CCC? Like, I mean, I've worked at EOPS. I know what the crime lab looks like, how it functions, all that good stuff. But walk us through kind of like how that would work here. New department, new staff. I mean, think about the budget. Like, let's talk a little bit about that.
So it's obviously, it's more straightforward or easier, I guess, from a timing standpoint to do a procurement, enter into a contract and have a vendor. It's also easier at that point if at some point, because also bear in mind that a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with in quality control and in ensuring accuracy of products, testing, labeling, et cetera, in most traditional industries, that's governed by the federal government.
Right.
This is a unique cannabis problem, and which is why you're seeing jurisdictions wrestle with it on their own devices. So, but things like methodology, things like approval, also the fact that we don't consider cannabis to be food, yet we consume it. Like, there's just an awkwardness to cannabis that is now, this is the latest, not the latest, but this is another example of that. So I think from a very simple execution standpoint would be a vendor and a procurement. But again, the viability of that, I think, is less likely. So if there were a desire to build it out, I think that's where we would have to talk through, where does it reside? In state government, where does it reside? Is it ours? Do we own it? Therefore, by us owning it, they would be employees of the commission.
Does this require a regulatory change? The way that I process information, I have like buckets. Like, I know there are things that we can do, via guidance or via outside of our regulatory authority, but is this something that would, constitute the creation of a working group, the drafting, okay.
I think so.
So I feel like this is a really, I know Commissioner Roy, you and I have talked about this before too, at length with some of the team as well, but I almost feel like it's too nuanced is maybe the best word. It's just, we need something more constructive to have a conversation here that gets to the next step. Like, I just feel like this is, we know this is a conversation. Sean, I've talked to you about this as well.
Yeah.
That's been ongoing within the commission about the viability, what it will look like, but I don't really know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know what today gets us to.
Today, just reminds the public, ourselves as commissioners, that this is an existing license type in the regs already. And there is a pathway to application. You can apply tomorrow. Somebody can apply tomorrow to be a standards lab.
And I guess what I'm asking is, what is the goal? What's the goal and the intention of the conversation today?
The goal is to have this discussion and come up creatively. And Sean and I had this discussion, and he said, well, what does a business model look like? And if anyone is interested in coming up with a business model, come talk to us. And that's what you said yesterday, like, come talk to us, and maybe like you just kind of brainstormed live, right?
Sorry again about that.
For external parties to engage. That's what.
Yeah, whether you're a college or university, a community college, whether you're somebody that's ISO accredited. And you had said too, Sean, that when we first started this, the commission first started, the ISO accreditation had to be done upon application, and then it was altered to have ISO accreditation at the provisional phase or the final phase. Final. So adjustments, it was almost prohibitive to be ISO accredited at the beginning of the process. So at the final stage of the process, it was changed. Then you had to be ISO accredited. So what I guess I'm trying to say is we're open to conversation
Conversation, yeah.
and creativity and throwing it out to the public, and it is an existing license type. Commissioner,
The thing with the brainstorm that the executive director just mentioned is something that it's not there now,
Mhm.
right? But it's something that I think that if there are.
And it was developing is what I'm
So,
saying.
but my
That
point
was
is, there
an
could be
ongoing-
businesses out there
Yeah.
thinking, I might want to do it, but I don't
Yeah,
know what the business would be.
Uh-huh.
But if there were something that the commission could do that said retesting
Right.
is not going to be done at the original ITL, and again, there will be people's, heads exploding, because that's taking business away
Mhm.
from them,
That's-
right?
Yeah.
And so.
I guess I should rephrase too. So now that this is helpful. Thank you, Commissioner
Yeah.
Roy. Thank you for bringing this up
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it is important.
Yeah.
It's a conversation that we need to be having. So is there a goal for the commissioners with this conversation? Is there an intention for what did you want from us at the table?
well, I know our cup runneth over with rags, I get that. But I'm just opening up for public discourse. Maybe there is an entity out there with the infrastructure that we could do a procurement, a contract, and they could be a vendor. Because if they already have the infrastructure, then maybe it is a viable business model if somebody already has infrastructure in place. So
You're starting a
I'm starting a
conversation.
conversation
Yeah.
because
Start a conversation to start a
because
working
this
group.
is not just a Massachusetts problem.
Yeah.
This is a nationwide problem. Other states have taken proactive measures now.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
and-
No,
I just want to be one of those states that are proactive around this.
I agree
And-
completely.
and
You
the
know
Boston-
that, yeah.
and the Boston Globe just wrote an editorial.
No, I'm saying all that is,
Yeah.
I get that. And I'm.
You want to know what the deliverables are. And I would say this conversation is the first step.
Mhm.
And the second step would be, if there are any public discourse or anything, or anybody approaches us, we're open to a conversation. I would hope we would be.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
But
you.
but I
Thank
think
you,
we can maybe even bring in some people at some point in
Yeah.
time to, the peoples whose heads exploded. when you said that. We'd like to have them come in and then put that back to them.
Yeah.
What do you suggest? Recognizing the problem. And again, this is why I sort of honed in on the business plan model, because until the business plan works, no one's ever gonna follow.
Chairwoman,
Please.
Commissioner Stebbins, who hasn't said
Oh, I'm
anything,
sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll go after you, but I want to make sure that
Thank you.
you're there quietly. We want to hear from you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Say that now, but no. No, and I appreciate, I have to start off that this is a perfect reason why we need agenda setting opportunities, because I didn't know what this conversation was going to be about. I completely agree. I think all five of us are on board. It's important. We need to think through it. I like the identifying that there's a zero if we had independent testing lab on our license application track. So again, this is kind of clunky. That's the way we operate. But again,
Commissioner Stebbins, this was surprise.
I know, reinforcing.
Surprise.
Reinforcing again, why we need this component built into our meetings so that we can
Yeah.
understand teeing stuff up. Okay, now that aside.
Actually, Commissioner Stebbins, can I just say, I think Commissioner Roy's intention was to practice this for that you
This is
want.
just-
Yes. Right, Commissioner Roy? This is the dry run of what we would be
My
doing.
head exploded.
Yes.
Aim of the day.
No, but this is a critical issue. It's good to hear from the executive director that other states are trying to wrestle with this. I mean, just based on comments, what I'm taking home is the business model as it currently exists probably doesn't work, and that's why there's been no interest. I like the opportunity, Mr. Collins, that you touched on is what are the synergies with growing, producing, testing hemp?
Right.
Because I've been approached by at least one state university that's like, it's a job training thing, right? It's a career development thing. Hemp closely mirrors cannabis. I want to train our students to take it everywhere from cultivation all the way up to testing. So I think that's an important group to go out and try to corral into this conversation. I love the methodology piece that that seems simple. That's like paperwork without plant touching.
Right.
I think that's a critical area to focus on. You know, the one piece that I am curious about is, do we have, I know we have a great team in place. Do we have the team and the resources? Could we contract for use of an existing ITL's space and time? Allowing our people to come in, use their equipment, not to say they're not busy cranking all day, but if we had an emergency need, and I'm just reflecting on what you said about the vape
Yeah, right.
challenge that you came up against, is that you had to rely on those facilities because that's really all you could go to. But if we had a personnel team, maybe not consistent, but in an emergency basis, could we go in, say, we're going to contract whatever the going rate is for an hour of your time? One, we know how your methodology, what your equipment can do. Could we use that as an option without the big investment? We saw what our budget looks like.
Yeah, right.
The big investment in terms of creating our own.
It's an interesting question.
The vulnerability of brain.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept.
It's a really interesting question. In my head, I'm kind of doing pros, cons, right? I think pros are obviously, it doesn't require us to build or maintain infrastructure. Cons, of course, I'm thinking through the logistics of it, knowing that to be accredited, there's certain, record keeping requirements, et cetera. So, register. The other thing about the Standards Lab license, even if we built our own, I would want to have it licensed. So that way, to get into metric, you need a license, all those things, registering them as agents, going through that process. So the logistics are, it's kind of rapid fire in my head now about how do you make it work? What does it look like? And I see opportunity, question marks, et cetera, that would need to get fleshed out for sure. And again, the point I want to primarily reiterate is the methodology piece is spot on. I think, and hemp would lend itself to methodology as well, knowing that hemp is predominantly grown outdoors, if not exclusively grown outdoors. Our cultivators that are struggling with microbials especially are our outdoor grows. So there's a lot of synergy there. And the very controversy of PCR versus plating is a microbial issue. Hemp lends itself to resolving that question really well. What it doesn't help us with is that blind sample testing where cannabis becomes, the potency of cannabis becomes the question. But that's where, again, I want to be clear, we have, as an agency, access to our ITLs. And so I don't want anyone to conclude or hear me saying today that we're just sitting and doing nothing relative to that issue. We are left to a very uncomfortable environment, but we're going down that path because it's necessary. Yeah, but I think back to your question or your point, Commissioner Stebbins, the honest answer I can give you is maybe.
I just.
Put it on the whiteboard.
Based on all of our conversation, I see two tracks, right?
That's right.
One, what's the obligation on us, be it in an emergency situation to confront this issue of underreported THC or whatever. On the flip side, how can we continue to set the bar? Maybe that becomes the partnership with, the colleges and universities that help us on the hemp row and try to draw the alignments where we can. So I'm now looking at it as two tracks, our immediate needs, protecting public safety versus what can we do to help develop the industry longer term, train those future ITL job seekers and everybody else.
Great workforce planning.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, I know that we're thinking through like, what's today's goal? What are we doing? How are we helpful? How do we learn about this? Obviously, I think like Commissioner Stebbins, I was a little nervous. I didn't know what the conversation was going to be about today. But the slides helped, yesterday. I did my own research, but I think this is a good process because you're bringing it early, right? And we're having the conversation, we're sharing conversation, which is, to Commissioner Stebbins' point, why we've wanted this sort of extra policy conversation. I not to put pressure on you, Commissioner Roy, but I don't know if later on, I'm assuming that you're going to work, are you going to take this on internally with the commission? Are you going to have a second commissioner? You know, I'm just thinking operationally, does this become a public meeting discussion that we have, you know, around the state? I don't know, but I guess in thinking, you don't have to think about it now or get, you know, tell us now, but I think to be helpful to you, you know, how are we helpful? You're bringing it to the table, right? Like, you're like, this is important, it needs to be here. I know Commissioner, like, I feel like you two have talked about this a lot. I heard Sean talking about it a lot last year, but just think about those things of how can we like organize our plates and our thoughts around how do we do this next so that we can, you know, bring it to the forefront. I think about other stuff that's in our regs that we haven't gotten to yet, right? It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
we're gonna get there little by little. So I guess what would be helpful is, you know, what are you envisioning operationally? Does this become a working group after you're done with your regulations, or you're gonna work on it parallel, you're having conversations? But I think it's helpful for us to know if you're taking this on with somebody else, if you're gonna lead this, and what's our homework so that we can help the commission, help you kind of sort of move this stuff forward. So
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And today was the launching point for this conversation. And when while we're having it in public, I'm open to any and all suggestions. I'd be more than happy to take the lead on this topic, whether it's you know, drafting a charter and you know, a working group, having roundtable discussions or public discussions about it. We've brought this publicly now, and you know, work through Sean or whatever, if you have any suggestions for me or anybody. I know we're all incredibly, extraordinarily busy right now, but if anybody wants to partner with me on this topic, I'd be grateful for that. And I just think at the end of the day, if we're going to have a truly safely regulated industry, I think this is the piece that we're missing.
Mhm.
And in a lot of states are now taking the first steps to address that. And our pillars are public health, public safety, and public welfare.
Mm.
And I think this is a big component of that. So I'm open to any and all suggestions from my colleagues.
Yeah.
But I just thought today, you know, I've been hearing, I mean, we've all been hearing this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all hearing this. The Boston Globe wrote an editorial yesterday. I want to take this opportunity, though, to thank the research subcommittee where I serve as the liaison, and they are going to vote next month on recommendations. And as I said in my opening comments, we are doing steps proactively from seed to sale to make sure that our products are safe to the best of our ability. And the couple of recommendations that were in the editorial that we're already doing, a secret shopper program. Well, we secret shop, right, Sean?
Indeed.
We do. And
Not us, but the commission.
not us,
We
but
don't want to go too much into that.
yeah.
No, but can I point out, we don't secret shop for testing, do we? Do we test? Can you?
We do.
We do? I thought it was just on the
I thought it was just products and retail.
What else is on the editorial?
I'm loath to wade too deeply into ongoing matters.
Okay.
Sorry to be cryptic.
Right. Another recommendation would be to have quarterly audits of labs. While our testing team is growing, we're bringing on 4 laboratory testing agents. So inspections will be at a more voluminous pace. So we are doing things that we can do short of having a reference lab.
Sure. And if I may, to build off of Commissioner Roy's last point, one of her last points, it was the build out of our team, I think, is really a critical point that speaks to our newfound capabilities. Early on, so we've had the benefit for some time now of a lab and testing analyst working here at the agency, and she has done a Herculean level of work. And so Geneve Hall is a
Absolutely.
a hugely valuable asset to this agency, this Commonwealth.
Absolutely.
And
Women's Month.
Yeah.
good point.
Thank you, Geneve.
The arrival of Jim Kosis as well, and also the additional resources we're bringing in allows for that team to serve in a dual capacity, first and foremost in a compliance way, making sure we do regulate labs. It is therefore our responsibility to ensure compliance amongst the labs. And Geneve has done that for a long time single-handedly. And so credit to her and thank you to her. And she's also served, though, to me personally as a policy advisor in some ways. And eValley is the example I would point to. The amount of times that she and I had hallway conversations and brainstorming sessions Again, I leaned heavily into her expertise. But that's where testing, I think, serves in both worlds for us. It is policy as an agency. What do you test for? Why do you test for it? What's pass, what's fail, what's reportable that may not be between pass and fail, but also the compliance aspect of we regulate labs as well. So if they're the referee within the supply chain, we are that global umpire and referee that's serving all of that. So I just wanted to thank you for raising the point of building out our team, because it's important that we have that dual simultaneous capacity, compliance and policy.
I'm assuming I'm assuming, Commissioner Roy, that we would work with our internal team. I mean, obviously on this, and I'm glad that you reached out to all the team before going into this. That's gives me some confidence. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Stebbins?
Madam Chair, I've always enjoyed working with Commissioner Roy and the other working groups. Happy to help her if she wants to include me on this. And, you know, again, I think there's something we all need to be mindful of in terms of preparing stuff for public meetings. We really need to do a better job of trying to share it as much more in advance as we possibly can. I know we've all been busy, but I think some of this I just was looking at last time. So.
We're moving forward. We're moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I submitted it days ago. People were out of, he's got a big slide deck.
Okay.
Folks were out of office. I'm appreciative to the
We're all
slides.
busy.
I think it was a general statement.
Okay, I was like, I did it days ago.
Yeah.
Days ago. Thank you. And I appreciate the slide deck getting done, and I'm grateful for that. And
For
I
the-
wanted to do it myself to get it to you early, just so you're aware, and people have busy, you know, it was.
It's an important topic, and
Yeah.
I'm glad that you raised it, honestly. I don't know if you had any more to add before. I have a comment, but it's kind of a segue comment.
Okay.
So are you all, is there anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, I my apologies if you didn't get the information earlier. I did the best I could, but
Sorry, I
Okay.
don't want to interject. Part of this is our clunkiness around the open meeting.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
knew you were leading some of the discussion. I also didn't want to
Yeah.
reach out to you and put
Yeah.
you in a bind if you had already had other conversations. So-
Yeah. Also, if I,
We're not voting today.
No, we're not voting. We're not- yeah.
Being prepared for
Yeah.
the conversation.
yeah, and can I just clarify? I always like to educate the public and create awareness. Like, we get our board packages a week before the meeting. So we get it on Thursday. Sometimes if we're lucky, we get it on Tuesday or Wednesday, right? So we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday-ish to prepare, to read, go through applications, go through renewals, go through policy matters, go through change of ownerships, final licenses. And then we have the policy chunk, which is why we want to kind of have a separate meeting. And we didn't get the slides till about 3:30 yesterday. And at 3:30, everyone's already kind of finishing the day and getting ready to be here tomorrow. So I think in general, that's what happens to us. It's, you know, whoever's no fault, but we do say, you know, we're trying to get better as commissioners to put stuff in earlier so that it gets done and it gets uploaded so that we're not as, you know, nervous or unprepared for the conversation. But, you know, the good thing is that we're in public and we're allowed to talk about all of this amongst ourselves to not break the open meeting law. So that's kind of what happens. And we do have a lot on our plates. But I think, again, you know, just from my point, Commissioner Roy, I would say just keep us posted in terms of next steps and what you all decide, and I don't know how we bring it back to the commission. So.
I agree. I think in that same vein, and Chairwoman, you alluded to this a little bit earlier. I've got, and I think we all have, a ton of outreach around the 2-to-1 delivery driver requirement. And I wanted to talk, you know, bring this up while we're all together, because my hope is to bring it forward as a discussion topic in an upcoming meeting. And I've asked Commissioner Camargo to join me in sort of sponsoring and leading that conversation in her role as the social justice seat. Before I came on, Britta McBride, my predecessor, played an instrumental role in sort of structuring and creating that license type. And then I know the bulk of us know this, when I started off, myself and former Chairman Hoffman took the lead in those conversations, sort of figuring out the viability, how people were doing. And this license was meant to really push forward equity here within the agency and the industry as a whole. But we know that there have been some hurdles and some issues there. And I think the main thing that I've told people both in terms of the media and in terms of licensees, when they've asked me about sort of looking at that 2-to-1 delivery driver rule, was that it was too soon. I got questions about it within the first year of that license type being the first commenced operations, which I believe was in
April.
May 28, 2021 was the first commenced operation
For courier.
for courier. And that's what I mean. I'm talking specifically about the courier license.
Yep.
Thing. But I think that it's now going on 2 years. It's enough time to see where the numbers are, and that this is a conversation that we should probably be having. And I think that the industry anticipates something happening with this regulatory cycle. So I will say, I know we are prioritizing Chapter 180, that mandate, but I want to just say this really publicly, that my priority, once that we're finished with our Chapter 180 requirements, is to go into this and do a deep dive. And I've asked, I'm kind of dragging Commissioner, I shouldn't say dragging, but I've asked her to kind of join me in that conversation, making sure that we are really gauging that. And there were 2 things that I wanted to also highlight: the numbers. Today, Sean, you gave us the numbers that you always do, and I love those numbers. For the courier license type, today, we have 9 commenced operations. This time last year, there were 6.
Right.
I think when we were talking about the rollout of this license, there was a lot of energy. There was a lot of anticipation. We thought this was change a lot of things, and clearly there's something that we need to look into. So I just wanted to say that publicly amongst us all. And my hope is to have a discussion on that soon.
But to echo, this is exactly the issue with the testing lab, is that this is a license that we created with the best of intentions. And ultimately, it's a really difficult business plan.
Yeah.
And if it's not a successful business plan, it's not going to be successful for any licensees.
Absolutely.
So that's why I think that launching the conversation today and then
That's good.
bringing back, what does that business plan look like if it's private, if it's not private, who are the stakeholders that we can bring to the table?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's exactly the same thing, but that could require us
Same thing.
changing some regulations.
Same thing,
If
yeah.
you think that private is better, we may have to change some regulations to help with the efficacy of any sort of model, so.
You raise a good point, and obviously all of us have heard this message almost since we started. What was interesting in today's package, we have somebody now pursuing a delivery operator license. We're sitting on a pending
That's right.
delivery courier application. So, my
Absolutely.
question is, are they clearly visible that wasn't ultimately they wanted to proceed, but they do see value in the other SCP carve out for the delivery operator license, and that may make more sense.
Right.
So.
Thank you. So have we completed the beginning of this conversation?
I think we have, and I
Thank
thank
you,
everyone.
Roy.
Yeah, no, thank you all for participating in this important conversation, and it's just the beginning, and I look forward to recommendations on next steps.
Thank you.
So the next is, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Stebbins, the Executive Director of Performance Evaluation Update. How do we handle that? How do you?
Sure. This is just a update, no vote, nothing else needs to be taken. There's obviously no document because we've not completed the summary write-up. I can tell you where we are in terms of the process. As many of you know, the ED does its own self-assessment. We each do an individual assessment. All of those comments are compiled, and our unbelievable head of HR right now, Justin Schrader, helped pull all of those comments together. They've all been shared with the ED. We're giving him some time. We sat down, had one meeting to share all the comments with them, let him kind of step back, take some time to digest those comments. He's got a piece that he needs to complete. I have a piece I need to complete. So I know when we looked at an original schedule, it was about getting this done in March. Last year, we got it done in April, and that's starting to look like the time frame we're back on. So this is more to just give everybody an update. And I've also had a conversation with Justin with feedback that I've engaged from all of you in terms of the evaluation tool itself, the idea has been raised of some type of 360 involving direct reports, trying to have that conversation, maybe think of some proposals to bring back to all of you, hopefully do it sooner rather than later, so we're not thinking about this at the end of the evaluation cycle. So that's just an update as to where we are.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions?
Not on that, but I have some comments, but not on that.
No, I'm just saying now that topic,
Yeah.
are there any further issues that the commissioners would like to raise?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you. I was like, was it on that? Sorry. I'm still thinking about labs. So I just want to say a few things. One is we have Anne-Marie in the room from our communications team. So it's so nice to see you and meet you in person. We have Fiona lively taking pictures of us as we speak on the floor for the public. So thank you so much for being here. I don't know what you guys are taking pictures for, but I'm sure it's important.
We're gonna go to angles.
Yeah, so hopefully get the good one. So just thank you for being here. The other piece I wanted to say, while we were sitting here, a licensee who I guess just went through final license sent me an email, and I just wanted to share it because it was a moment. Thank you for the vote and support. I'm especially moved closing remarks, but basically what he said was, we began in December of 2018. So it's been a good 5 years to get to this moment. What a learning experience. I'm ready. So 5 years to get to final license, right? So, my comments today about just taking that moment and kind of celebrating the work internally, but also externally for these folks is a big deal. I also wanted to say, Madam Chair, and having folks from the team here, and Kate Flanagan is also sitting here, who is, without her, I don't know what we would do. But I would love at some point, maybe when we do these second sort of agenda meetings or however we incorporate it, but I would love to add something. And I think we talked about it a little bit, and we talked about it a little bit, Chair. I think I mentioned it last time, but like, meet the team, right? So we have amazing guidance documents on our website, but it would be great to, so for example, Commissioner Roy, you talked a lot about meeting with Yal GB and his team. Who's on his team? What do they do? What are the roles, right? It would be nice to carve out 10, 15 minutes to have people from the teams to kind of come introduce themselves, talk to people about what they do. Like, Sean, you're the only person here from staff, so you have to answer everything. And I'm grateful and thankful that today you walked us through the final licensing, right? But there's licensing involved, there's the compliance team, right? It doesn't have to be you all the time. So I want to see more of the experts. You're an expert, but I want to see the other experts on our team. But I'm just hoping that we can try to add something like that on the agenda, sort of like the meet the CCC, and also just lower some barriers to perceptions and conversations for us to educate and build awareness for what we do in this place. So I just want to say that. Yeah.
Any other new business not anticipated at time of posting? Anybody would like to raise anything? The next meeting date, I believe it's April 14th.
I will be virtual.
And you'll be virtual.
Just so you know, yes.
You will
I will be
be virtual in better places. So, okay. So we, as I said, we will be continuing to move towards fully open to the public, but we are in the process of making that happen. So, and we will maintain the ability to attend virtually, through this process. So, I know that there are some people, persons with disabilities and other people from far from the state. So anyway,
Madam Chair,
please.
just to note, so people don't think that's a typo, April 14th is a Friday. We are aware of that. It is in observance of the Jewish holidays. Just wanted to, I didn't want to confuse anyone or have anyone reach out with a typo.
Yep.
It is intentionally April 14th.
Thank you. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Concepcion,
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo. Second. All right, having been moved and seconded, I will take a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 5 in favor, 0 opposed to adjourn. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sean, thank you for being the expert on everything.
I know, Sean.